you know what
Every damn day.
what I just tweeted? I tweeted out the video for that song because I love it.
Okay.
James Brown, Living in America. That song could be 45 minutes long.
Yep.
And I would be.
Yeah, you both were having a hoot and holler in here.
Oh man, you just you just start going. Yeah. All right, get down. Ho.
I was running in between studios. I didn't get that opportunity.
On this day.
Yes.
On this day in 1933, James Joseph Brown was born in Barnwell, South Carolina. Why wasn't he J.J. Brown? He should have been J.J. Brown. Why wasn't he J.J. Brown?
I don't know. Here's the ask his mother. I don't know. Here's the skinny on that song. Of course, it was featured prominently in Rocky 4, I think. Living in America, 1985, written by Dan Hartman.
Yeah.
And Charlie Midnight.
Yeah.
Performed by Mr. Brown. The players on that song, because there's some great horn work and guitar work on there. Of course, James Brown, lead vocal. You know who's the lead guitar?
Who?
Stevie Ray Vaughan.
Is it really?
Yep. Stevie Ray Vaughan, also on guitar, keyboards, and backing vocals, Dan Hartman. Bass players, T.M. Stevens, excellent bass player. Oh, man, what a great-looking guy, too. He's got golden dreads.
Well.
Fancy.
And then of the horns, of course, the up-down horns. Arno Hecht, Bob Funk, Crispin... Bob Funk, Crispin Gazio, and Hollywood Paul Literal. Doing the horns, the up-down horns.
It's just so...
Damn, it's good.
James Brown, born to a 16-year-old girl, Susie, and her 21-year-old husband.
Did they stay married long?
I doubt it. And I doubt they were married prior.
No.
I'm guessing they got married because she was pregnant with James Brown, not because they fell in love at an early age.
They didn't bury James for a long time. They kept his body was because there were all kinds of legal.
Well, he had like mistresses and wives and children
fighting over money and stuff like that. And I think, do I remember that correctly? They did not bury him for
That's
quite
why
some
it's
time.
good to die penniless, so nobody.
So you're not fought over?
I got that covered.
What's Dad have left? Nothing.
Let's see.
Put him in the ground.
Man, what a career though. Jeez, he was just, and he did never stop performing. He just was always working. Didn't know how to do anything but work and make babies. I'm trying.
That sounds a lot like a homeboy who has 12 children now.
Nick Cannon.
Nick Cannon. Listen, he has no control over that sperm.
Apparently not.
It just goes wherever it wants to.
Didn't he call it super or something?
He wakes up and said, "Where has my sperm been tonight? Where was it last night?
You got
Where
to keep track of that."
Let's see. James
they have
Brown.
a picture of on the Wikipedia page. They have a picture of James in his coffin.
Well,
don't do that.
And standing next to the coffin,
Michael Jackson. Who looks worse than James Brown.
Yes, looking down at James Brown, who looks more lifelike than Michael Jackson.
Don't take coffin photos.
This
That's never a good idea.
Oh, listen, James would have not had it any other way. It's always a show.
Do not
always.
take coffin photos.
It's fine. In this circumstance, it's fine. It's I wish
it's always weird.
I wish they would have put him in Red Square next to Lennon.
But you could stream past him years
yes,
later.
Yes, why not? I think that would be the way to do it. Have James Brown continually lying in state. Papa's got a brand new bag.
Says he was buried in a crypt at his daughter's home. You want your dad buried in the backyard?
I wouldn't. No.
And if it's in a crypt, he wasn't buried.
Well,
he was shelved.
Shelved in the backyard.
He was shelved in a crypt in the backyard. I don't think they bury you in a crypt.
I don't think they want you in.
Sure, why not? Why not have Dad in the back? I mean, if you're close, if you love Dad.
I mean, I love my dad, but I'm not going to bury him in my backyard.
No.
I'll do it for you.
No, I'm good. I'm okay. I don't have a backyard of my own in the first place, but
I kind of wish my mom was
in your backyard.
Yeah.
That's weird.
Yeah.
You wish
just easy access, or
because I have to. I mean, I have to go clear up to Ogden
Well, see, both
And
my
it's-
parents want to be cremated, so I don't have that option anyway.
Yeah, that's. I mean, so you could just have their ashes. There's not having ashes on the
I
in
guess
an
that's-
urn on the mantle.
Yeah, I
is,
guess that's no
it's
different
the same
than
thing.
that.
Have my mother's favorite tree growing up out of where she's buried.
I guess
and
that would be.
I think that would be lovely.
That would be nice.
You know, like a willow tree or a locust tree or whatever.
We did that for my dog in my parents' backyard.
Planted a tree over.
It's like a really nice fancy bush, is what
Oh.
it is. But
don't
it grows
know.
every year.
I don't know how many animals are buried in my backyard.
Yeah, there's
Several.
a lot in mine. A lot of hamsters.
You know what speaking of that, you know what I wonder?
What?
So, my wife and I, before we were married, we were living together in a house up in the Avenues, and we had a hamster.
Okay.
His name was Ted, and Ted was just a lovely little. It's the only hamster I've ever owned.
Why Ted?
It's a long
Why
story.
not?
okay.
Why not?
Yeah.
Ted?
You're right.
It's a long story. There
Okay.
is a reason, but it's not worth going into. And so his name, anyway, Ted. I figured out it's the only hamster I've ever owned, and he was just a lovely little creature. But I figured out what hamsters are: food.
Yeah.
That's all they are, is food for other animals.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you'd reach down into, they don't see very well,
No.
so you'd reach down into the cage to pick Ted up. And when you picked him up, he liked being, picked up. And low. But when your hand goes down, they cringe. It's like, what? Oh, and then of course the reason they experiment on hamsters because they get tumors really easily. So pretty soon Ted got really lumpy,
Oh,
and
sad.
then Ted died. And I bring it up because my wife made a beautiful little headstone out of a cinder block. And put Ted's name on it and the dates, and we buried him in the backyard behind the garage. And then we sold the house and moved. And I wonder,
You didn't.
I know,
You left the headstone.
yeah. And I keep meaning to, I drive by it all the time. I keep meaning to say, can I go and look in the backyard, or did you find a little tiny headstone back there and wonder about it?
If I
or-
bought that house, I would totally keep it. I would.
Oh,
think,
yeah.
Oh no,
Sure,
we need
sure.
to. We don't want.
You don't want to disrupt
No, I
a
don't want-
burial ground in general.
I
so
don't want
just
hamster
let it be.
poltergeist coming
Nope.
in my house. and you hear a hamster wheel going.
Just
in the middle of the
screeching
night.
across the,
Yeah.
the floor.
Of course, the house I live in now, in the basement, and I look at it I've lived there for 20 some odd years. There's a bloody handprint on a door in the basement.
I assume that was your son.
No, it was there when we moved in.
That's horrifying.
So
I hope it's fake.
it's a child-sized hand.
That's even worse.
There's a story there.
There is when we cleaned out the attic and to remodel it. It was just a storage space. Now the bloody handprint was down in the basement.
Was there one box in the attic?
Well, there was a bunch of stuff up in the attic, and there were some old newspaper clippings. And among the newspaper clippings, I think the little girl's name was Dolly, and who had lived in the house and
And you didn't
who
do
died in that
any
house.
investigation into this at all?
Well, I know that she died in the house
That's
in the early 1900s.
comforting.
When her parents locked her in the basement, and
No, I think
No?
it said she was ill
Oh.
or something. But
I couldn't sleep in that house knowing there was a bloody handprint.
it
on the
may not really.
Yeah,
it
that would
looks
really
like a
scare
hand.
me.
It looks like a handprint. It may not be a handprint. To be honest.
Okay.
But it does look like a bloody hand.
Your whole house situation sounds like a horror movie ready to happen.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
It
Well, I
is.
mean, besides your son, which
Uh,
adds to it. Yeah.
And my wife, who's been gone for over 2 weeks, and I saw her briefly this morning, and she looked around the house and she said, "I forgot how just this. We really need to do something with this place. My God, clean it up and just arrange things. It's gotten really bad." And I said, "Has it? Seems okay to me."
When
She said, "You haven't been gone."
When you've stayed in Airbnbs that are
Yeah.
super tidy and they're not cluttered and
Yep.
there's not stuff around.
I mean, there's stacks of books everywhere, and they're dusty, and all that stuff. Anyway, hi.
I think it's time to that was lots of farting around going
Okay.
from James Brown to bloody
Bloody
handprints.
This has been Farting Around with Carrie, Bill, and Gina on X96, Radio from Hell.
Yeah, you may have noticed Carrie's not here.
I
He's
was going to
still
say, Katie, Bill, and Gina.
Carrie is still vacationing in Hawaii. But it's time to take a break, and then we'll come back with your check-ins. 877-602-9696. If you'd like to check in with the Radio from Hell show, why wouldn't you? I don't
There's
understand.
no reason.
Well,
Yeah.
we're going to enjoy some Mill Creek coffee while we take a break. It's delicious Mill Creek Coffee, locally owned and roasted right here in Salt Lake City. And maybe if you're really good when you check in, we'll give you a random caller a Radio from Hell coffee mug. You can have your own Mill Creek coffee in it.
You sure can.
The number is 877-602-9696. That's 877-602-9696. Call us and check in. We'd like to hear from you. You can also text 33986.
Oops, Vision.
Yes, our good friends at Hoops Vision. They look. For some reason I was just looking at their website this morning. I know. I couldn't remember the name of one of the doctors there, and I looked
Not
up-
Dr. Hoops, obviously.
No, Dr. Lynn. I couldn't remember his name, and I don't know why I was thinking of Dr. Lynn, but I was. Dr. Hoops, senior and junior at Hoops Vision. Great surgeons, both of them. Dr. Hoops is one of the, certainly locally, a pioneer in LASIK surgery. Get rid of your glasses, your contact lenses. And his son specializes in cataracts. And I had
Carrie
cataract.
had that.
I did too.
Yeah.
I had cataract surgery a couple of years ago. Again, what an easy process it turns out to be. It's amazing. So if you want to get rid of your glasses or your contact lenses, call Hoops Vision. Make your no-obligation appointment or consultation to see if you're a good candidate. They have a wide range of financing options, and they can help you out. So call 877-30-LASIK. That's 877-30-LASIK, or you can make an appointment online at hoopsvision.com. I was so angry on Saturday night. After I went to the Warped Tour, I went to a party, and I think it was about 10 o'clock at night. I get home, and I'm out. I was out on the sidewalk. It's not important why. 10 o'clock, out on the sidewalk, and what do I see coming across the street? A raccoon, and there's a lot of traffic, and he's coming right toward my house.
Yeah?
And there's a lot of traffic,
Yeah.
and the lights in the car honked, and the raccoon kind of, like this, and I thought, God, hit him! I was hoping the car had hit him, but it missed him.
Yeah.
And he came, and I'm standing 20 feet away from him.
Yeah.
And he came running, and he ran, and I started yelling at him, and he ran right up my tree, the one that's in my front yard. I have a gigantic, like
Bill treed a
a
coon.
50-foot tree. Yeah, I treed a coon. I was yelling, you son of a, get back here!
Bill lives where the red fern grows.
I was just so mad, and he ran up the damn tree, and they're everywhere. God,
I think they've declared war on you.
I think they have.
Coming to get you.
It's like birds have declared war on my wife. Raccoons
No kidding.
declared war on you.
He got he stopped and growled at the car. I swear to God, he did.
Pyro!
Get away!
Shake his fist. Roadhog!
His-
A little birdie finger.
one
a
of
little
his little bandit hands,
bird finger.
Their hands are almost human,
They have them,
But ran right up the tree in front of my house. God, that made me
What are
mad.
you going to do?
Did your wife lock you out again? You sleep on the porch. Was it one of
Huh?
those?
No.
No?
Oh, why I was on the
Why
street?
are you
Yeah.
out on the front porch?
I was
No.
taking the night air.
It's
I was
farting.
taking in the night air.
He's out farting.
Yeah. I'll be back in a while, honey.
The night.
I gotta go take the night air.
He's right, isn't he?
No,
Taking the night wind.
No,
That's what it is.
no, I wasn't.
There's a breeze. Let me just put it that way.
Man, I live in the city. I don't
You
need
shouldn't have-
this
no,
crap.
You have to move to the country to get away from the
No
coons.
kidding. It just drives me crazy.
I tell you, we haven't had any raccoon problems since Van's dog, Chase, killed one in the
Yeah.
backyard. And ever since then,
They know.
they're gone.
I believe that when I start trap, I should go home and set up a trap, and
Yeah.
because if I trap a couple of them, they kind of lay off for a while.
Well, then that means you have to keep trapping them.
I know,
Got to send a message.
I got the trap there. I just haven't. I'll set it, and Brian will come and get them.
I want reliable people who aren't going to get carried away.
This is years you've been dealing with
I
this.
just hate it.
Got to send a message to the coon community.
I haven't seen one of the cats for quite a while. The one,
Rush or G. Gordon, you mean?
yeah. Rush is.
I haven't seen Rush for a week. Baby Rush is finally gone.
You know, raccoon will kill a cat.
I don't know.
I know.
They've been coexisting for a
Well,
while.
no, I mean, one of the Rush has been injured by the raccoon. I assume it's the raccoons. Before, I've taken him to the vet a couple of times with injuries. It just drives me crazy.
Well, gotta kill one. Gotta kill one. Send a message.
Spill blood.
Well, it's just sprinkle raccoon blood on the threshold.
Well, where are you gonna get that raccoon blood, huh?
From a raccoon, I guess.
You gotta bleed one.
Can't you buy it at Sportsman's Warehouse?
No, that's urine, and that will attract them. I'm sorry.
Man.
Before we start the show, Bill,
Yeah, go ahead.
we are needing your must goes, your things that are bothering you, things that need to go. We need you to email them, radiofromhell@x96.com. Send them right now. It can just be one quick thing that's bugging you. Send it to us. We will magically make it disappear.
And I was going to say, I was looking at James Brown's death. I don't see that that they waited a long time to bury him. I think I was in error on that.
Okay.
So let's get it going. We'll officially begin the program, and then we'll go to your check-ins at 877-602-9696. I know you can call. I know you can do it. I know you're a big boy. Come on. You
Or
can call.
girl.
Or girl, big boy,
Big
call us.
person.
Yeah.
Big kid. 877-602-9696. We'll give one a Radio from Hell coffee mug just for giggles. And other things.
Yeah.
And also, you can text us if you want, 33986. But that's the coward's way out.
The State Room Presents, bringing you live music memories. Don't miss ZZ Top. Hey, that's tonight. I think you can still get tickets to it live at the Eccles. Get tickets and show times at thestateroompresents.com.
The moon. Well, let me tell you, the sun will rise today. I know it will. 6:23, so any moment now. Check me on that, though. Somebody go stand outside and look up at the Eastern Mountains and see if it rises at 6:23. The sun will set at 6:25. The moon is a waxing gibbous moon. It'll be a full moon, I think, on the 5th, Cinco de Mayo. The moon will set today at 5:26 a.m., today being Wednesday. It's the 3rd day of May in the year of our Lord Jesus Christ, 2023.
Ding.
Gina, 185 days. Thanks, Katie.
I have to turn on the extra microphone to make sure it's heard.
185 days, Gina, until November 3rd.
Okay.
And November 3rd is Give Someone a Dollar Day.
Give me $1.
Now, because it's not an official holiday, schools and banks and government buildings will be open.
Okay.
You might want to check and see if the liquor store will be open, though. I'm not sure.
People definitely want $1 at the liquor store.
The $1 bill is 6.14 inches long and 2.61 inches wide, and the dollar bill weighs roughly 0.035 ounces. And the best way to celebrate Give Someone a Dollar Day is to give one to me, Bill Allred.
So I was going to say, so all of us bring one in, and then we just pass it to the right?
Give me $1. And this is the Another Day, Another Dollar edition of the show for people who feel like hell in the morning. Radio from Hell, starring the paupers of broadcasting, the lords of morning radio, Kerry Jackson, Bill Allred, and Gina Barberi. Katie, for short, is our producer and filling in for Kerry on the board as Kerry is on vacation. We have Dawson and Jay helping out in the producer's booth.
Yep.
And now we would go to your check-ins, but you're too cowardly to call.
877-602-9696. One of you could get a Radio from Hell coffee mug.
Mm-hmm. Now, the people who've taken the coward's way out and texted us, you won't get a coffee mug.
No.
Because it doesn't take any guts to text. Perry City listener checking in, driving my wife down to Salt Lake City for her morning radiation appointment. Only 10 left out of 25 daily visits. Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Have an awesome day, and I hope your wife is responding well.
You got this,
to the radiation.
Perry wife.
We believe in you.
Let's see, what else have we got here?
Checking in, listening to you guys talk about burials, handprints, and ghosts got me thinking that maybe Bill's house used to be a funeral home at one point.
No, it wasn't. It was, but it was owned by a city official of some sort. It was built by a city official.
That sounds even worse with a bloody handprint in the basement.
City recorder or something like that.
My house is as old as it's a 100-year-old house, and people in the neighborhood told me that the family that lived there before us for Halloween would put, because we have a big cathedral ceiling like in our main room. They said, that family at Halloween used to put a full coffin in there, and when kids would come trick or treat, you would come inside the house and you had to walk around the coffin before you could get.
That's actually really cool.
Yeah.
And see, when I went in there, I thought you were there was a church in there. It was a cathedral ceiling. I said, "Oh, it's a church."
Yeah.
I would have never believed that your house was over 100 years old.
Yeah,
have never thought that.
my house was built in 1903.
120 years
Yeah,
old.
yours is 20 years older than mine.
And it looks it. So let's go to line one because Karen, she got brave and called. Karen from Wendover.
Morning, Karen.
Karen, who owns the gay vacuum cleaner repair place.
Yep, you betcha. And I had to call Ron and warn him in case he had people coming in to say strange things to him.
I heard there was a gay guy that worked here. People are saying.
What's the name of the vacuum repair again, Karen?
A1 Vacuum.
Of course it is.
1597 South Main.
So
you do A1, so it comes up first in your searches.
So for all your vacuum needs, your vacuum repair needs, A1. What's going on with you, Karen? Anything in particular?
Oh, I'm driving into Salt Lake so I can go to the doctor. I'm having a CT scan today. Woo!
Best of luck for that.
Don't they have that in Wendover?
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Plus, I'm going to drop off newspapers for you, and I have something for Gina for her orchids. So.
Okay.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, Karen's been giving me orchid tips.
Orchid food.
Oh.
She's
Okay.
like an orchid whisperer. How many do you have?
I counted them. I am down to 50.
She's-
They're all so old that
Karen,
they've all kind of.
I'll trade you a snake plant for an orchid.
Do you know,
Oh, you want an orchid? Next time I come in, I'll bring you an orchid.
you want an orchid? I can get you an
I'll
orchid.
give you a snake plant.
You know what the other name for a snake plant is, don't you?
A mother-in-law's tongue?
Mother-in-law's
That's
tongue.
what my dad loves calling
I
it.
prefer that.
I have little seedlings from one that I've been growing for about 15 years.
They don't die, do they?
No.
Karen, best of luck
Thanks,
with your
Karen.
scan, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right. You have a good day.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
Teacher Emily says 23 days left of school, making extra coffee this morning. Your
Good
home
luck.
stretch, Teacher Emily.
Let's go to Camille on line 2.
Hey, Camille.
Where are you, Camille? Layton, is that right?
Yeah, I'm in Layton.
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 Morning.
Are you just saying hi? Is that you just want to say hi?
Yeah, I just came to say hi, long-time listener.
Okay.
Wanted to check you in. Just got done with my workout. And
Uh-huh.
go home, get ready, and go to work.
Where
Yep.
do you work, Camille?
I go all the way to Bluffdale.
All Layton to Bluffdale. And what do you do when you get to Bluffdale?
Goes back.
I'm in National Guard, so I work at the Camp Williams.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
awesome.
Nice.
Well, our studio is right in between there on your commute. So if you would like a Radio from Hell coffee mug, we'll leave one at the front desk for you. How about that?
Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Thank you. Yeah, I'd love it.
yeah, you could get that on your way home. Okay.
I will.
All right.
We'll
Thank
put you on hold, Dawson will get some information.
Hang on.
Hang on.
And then let's go to Crystal. Crystal.
Hey.
Hi. Good morning, Crystal. What's up?
Good morning. I just wanted to check in with you guys before. My husband passed away a year ago as of yesterday. We had a nice memorial for him. His family came in from California.
Mhm.
And I just wanted to kind of remember him and just kind of have a good memories of
Yeah.
him.
What's his name?
Was his name
Marshall.
It's
Marshall?
still his name.
Yeah.
And Marshall's family, are they nice people? And did you enjoy spending the time with them?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They seemed like being better family than my own family.
Oh,
That's
well, Marshall brought them to you. That's nice. And I know those firsts are hard, like the first anniversary of their death or their first birthday or those things. Those are hard. So
I don't think you really ought to equate those, would you? Your first birthday or the first
No,
anniversary?
just the first
like the
time.
first
Oh, the
time
first
they're
time
gone.
of Marshall's
Of
birthday.
Marshall's, yeah.
Like the first. Oh, this is the first birthday since he died, or
I
the
see.
first.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah, that kind of thing.
Yeah,
It's hard.
those are really hard, and you would think it would get better after a year, at least a little bit, but it's just been
Yeah.
continuing.
Well, have you tried getting married again?
Bill.
Bill.
No,
Well, it's just an idea. It's a thought.
not yet.
Too soon? Oh,
Don't listen to him.
yeah.
And it does get better.
No one does listen to me, Gina.
I promise it gets better.
I made Crystal laugh, didn't I?
Yeah, I appreciate that, you guys.
It gets like it gets where you it doesn't like hit you as often. It'll still hit you, and sometimes it'll be out of the blue, and you don't know why. But the time between when that happens gets longer. I promise. I've been there.
Hey,
Thank you.
Crystal, did you is your husband you're in a cemetery here, or what's the situation?
He's in Highland.
Highland.
He's got a couple sisters in Lehigh, so
Mhm.
they buried him down there. So
Mhm.
it's a little bit of a drive.
Mhm.
I'm in Salt Lake.
Well,
so.
you can go every once in a while and just pay your respects, and yeah, that's
And I kind of feel like he's always there.
Yeah.
Like, I just
Yeah.
kind of talk out loud.
Yeah, you don't have to actually be where he's buried.
it's
to-
kind of weird. Like my mother's birthday was March 31st, so I decided I should go. I hadn't been up to the cemetery in Ogden for a long time, and I went up there and I stared at the headstone and went, okay, well,
Yeah.
I mean it's sort of
But you can
Yeah.
think about your mom whenever you want. You don't have to be there
yeah,
to do that.
Yeah, and I have a big
can-
picture of
Yeah,
her. that
exactly.
I have a big picture of her that I see every day. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
All
Well,
right.
Crystal, you call us anytime you need to, okay? You can talk about Marshall whenever you want.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I've been listening to you guys forever, so thank you so much.
Crystal, I'd like for next time for you to call to talk about something happy. Okay. I mean,
Okay.
I
You're
understand.
bringing Bill down,
I,
Crystal.
I
Jeez.
understand that it's but go.
Bill
like,
needs a
maybe
joke.
Maybe go to Lagoon and then tell us about it or something. Okay.
I can do that.
All right.
Take care,
See you
Crystal.
later.
Thank you guys.
Bye, Crystal.
Bye-bye. Go to Lagoon
Go
and
to
tell
Lagoon
us
and tell
about
us about it. Something to
it.
perk us up. All right.
Well, I think that's good. Gina, traffic?
Yeah, let's see what we've got going on there. Oh, did you hear about the big mudslide in Little Cottonwood Canyon
Yes.
yesterday?
I didn't.
So Little Cottonwood Canyon's been closed for avalanche mitigation.
Uh-huh.
And when you think avalanche, you think, oh, big, beautiful, fluffy white snow falling down the mountain. No,
No.
this time of year, it's that
Mud.
mud, that gook.
Yep.
It's 4 feet deep
Mm-hmm.
and 100 some odd feet long.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know how they're gonna clean that up. Anyway, Little Cottonwood Canyon is closed.
Front end loaders.
for
That's
the,
how they do
yeah,
it.
for the foreseeable future. Crash Mountain View corridor. This is about 90th south. Delays are northbound in West Jordan there. That's the only accident that UDOT's reporting. You can report one to us. You can text us 33986. Oh, and we're still looking for your must-goes.
Yes.
Email radiofromhell@x96.com. Put must go in the subject line. Something bugging you, just write it real quick and send it to us.
Yep. All right. Salt Lake Film Society, Gina.
Salt Lake Film Society. It's the home of independent film. They're at the Broadway Center Cinemas. You can find out everything you need to know at slfstix.org. I was actually just on their website seeing what they've got. Oh, they've got that Air, the Michael Jordan Nike movie that's playing there, and they've got Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret, which I
See?
haven't seen yet. I need to.
Just go over there.
Yeah, and I like going to movies at Broadway Center Cinemas because they've got really great concessions there. Fantastic food and their gourmet snacks. You can buy your tickets right online. They've got all the show times right there. They've got special events coming up. You should really become a member of the Red Carpet Club. You're supporting the arts. If you care about film, if you care about local business, that's a great way to do that. And then you get updates on when they have those special events. Sometimes they'll have artists come in and do question and answer before a film or after a film, things like that. So for times, tickets, and more information on that Red Carpet Club, go to slfstix.org. You know what they love more than a list?
What's that?
The dueling list.
What do you mean a dueling list?
Well,
I was just gonna do here these 5 health food buzzwords that are misleading.
Misleading buzzwords?
Well, I have 7 reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
Oh, dueling lists.
It's Radio from Hell with another list.
All right.
Because people love a good list. X96.
All right.
If you think your list is so tough, Gina, you go first.
Number 1, reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting.
All right.
Number 1, breaks the monotony. Nothing damages sex life more than monotony, and experts suggest trying something new whenever people feel their sex life lacks luster. Having sex in a hotel room can help couples overcome their boredom of a regular sex life.
Oh, yeah? Number 1, health food buzzword that's misleading.
Okay.
Lightly sweetened. Light is not an industry-regulated term, so any amount of sugar can be deemed light. One place you can spot this term is on cereal boxes. Lightly sweetened indeed. Lightly sweetened cereal with blueberries, 13 grams of sugar. It's a lie and it's misleading.
Gina?
Open to trying new things. Reasons why hotel sex can be very exciting. When people have sex repeatedly in the same place like their bedroom, they get used to doing things a certain way. But a new place encourages couples to try new things. Having sex in a hotel room can inspire couples to be adventurous, try new positions. It can make it very exciting.
Oh, yeah? Number 2, health food buzzwords that's misleading. Uncured meat. Cured meats, like bacon and sausage, they've long had a bad rep for containing nitrites, a food preservative that's been linked to cancer. So logic follows that meats labeled uncured wouldn't carry that risk. Well, you're wrong. According to a 2015 Ohio State University study, such labeling, the study concluded, is unusual, confusing, and technically incorrect. That's number 2, uncured meat.
Number 3, reasons why hotel sex is exciting. Free from responsibilities. You don't have to do laundry. There's no dishes to do. The kids aren't there.
Somebody's got to do that. Somebody's got to do that laundry, though.
That's nothing.
Free from responsibility.
Number 3, made with real fruit. That label makes me laugh. It's a sure sign that there's little or no fruit in it at all. And whatever fruit there is processed beyond recognition. To avoid being duped, look at the food's ingredients. They're listed in order by greatest amounts to least. Where does real fruit appear in the list? It isn't near the top of the list. That's all I'm saying. That's number 3.
Forbidden can be exciting. According to experts, sometimes a little amount of guilty feeling can make the experience of having sex very exciting. And if you feel guilt having sex in a place outside of the 4 walls of your bedroom, like a hotel room, it can be a very exciting experience.
You know what?
What?
Number 4 on this list, all natural. Just like lightly sweetened, the word natural is an unregulated term, which is why so many companies have overused it. By one company's definition, chocolate hazelnut spread earned the natural label because it was made with real nuts and chocolate, even though it's essentially a jar full of sugar.
What number are we?
This is number 5, and I only have 5, so that's as far as you can go.
So that's it?
Oh, one more. Give me a knockout punch, because I don't think you're winning so far.
Okay. Sex is more enjoyable when you're relaxed.
Oh.
You can order food to the room.
Well, yeah.
You don't have to leave. It has everything you want
You can order
there.
food to the room and then have sex with it.
Oh, yeah?
You can't do that at home.
Oh, yeah?
Sex in a hotel is very exciting.
It's a 3 sandwich day.
No help. No, hey. No help, Carrie.
Sorry.
This is our fight. And mine, here's the knockout punch.
Okay.
5 health food buzzwords that are misleading. Gluten-free. I'm amused by gluten-free on products. Never had any wheat in them to begin with. And that's where gluten comes from.
Oh.
Gluten-free, they put it on things that don't have gluten anyway. Gluten-free, it's just a lie. Wheat, it doesn't mean that it's healthy either if it's gluten-free.
Well,
Oh, man.
if you have to ask me to declare a winner, I declare we're all winners because it's dueling lists.
We hope you'd enjoyed another list with Radio from Hell on X96.
Depressed mood, as Carrie would say. Depeche Mode right there. It is 6:41.
Oh, and speaking of Depeche Mode, coming up just after the news, well, we have Francis Christ presents.
Yeah, Frank's on vacation.
She's back?
Yeah, I hope so, because we have some Depeche Mode tickets to give away.
I find she's creepier than Frank.
So you could line up to play They're Fine Just Fine with Francis Chris at 877-602-9696, and you might get Depeche Mode tickets for that. So call in and get in line. Now, news?
Yeah, brought to you by the newest Magic the Gathering set, March of the Machine, featuring booster packs, booster boxes, bundles, decks, and singles, all available now at Haster Games. Drop by the store, 6831 South State, or go to HasterGames.com.
Tragedy. She was one of a kind, an original. She will be missed. I don't know why I didn't have her on my Deadpool, but the woman who played the owner of the bar, Rosie's, on MASH has died.
MASH Con is getting further and further away from being a possibility.
Her, what this? They don't even mention her name, really.
She was just Rosie?
Eileen, let's see. Eileen Saki. She was 79 years old. Her representative, Camilla Fluxman-Pines,
she still had a representative.
Told the Hollywood Reporter that she died on Monday in Los Angeles after being diagnosed with the illness with pancreatic cancer in January. Co-star Jeff Maxwell. You know who that was on?
Jeff Maxwell.
You know who that was on MASH?
No.
I do. Igor.
Oh. Because everyone's dying. There's
a
not,
really minor character.
There's not enough people to ask for
Alan
comments.
Alda is fine. He's just fine.
fine.
Yes, she was 79 years old. Police responding to welfare check were surprised when they knocked on the door, and who opened it but Keanu Reeves.
Was somebody worried about Keanu Reeves?
Well, the result of an apparent mix-up that had cops looking for a young woman at the actor's address. According to TMZ, the Los Angeles Police Department had gotten a call for a welfare check on a woman. According to the report, someone had called showing concern for the unnamed 27-year-old woman, claiming to be a friend who hadn't spoken with her in some time and was worried about her well-being. The alleged friend's story was plausible enough, as she reportedly provided a date of birth and information about what kind of car the woman drove. In any case, the officers went to the address that they were given, and when somebody answered the door, it wasn't a 27-year-old woman, it was Keanu Reeves. They went, what? It's hard to say who was more surprised at the situation. According to police, they explained the situation to Keanu, and he didn't have any idea what they were talking about. He said, I don't know this woman. The name is not familiar. She's not been staying here. I don't know anything about it. Unsurprisingly, Reeves is also said to have been super nice and easygoing with the police.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And given what we know about about him, it certainly sounds accurate. He's always nice and easygoing. As for the 27-year-old woman, it remains unclear if the person actually exists. Police haven't found any follow-up information, such as if they've gotten back in contact with the original caller. This could be a case of the caller just providing the wrong address by mistake, or maybe on purpose, just to do something stupid. So, a 7th grader in Serbia
heard
opened fire and killed 8 students. The suspect used his father's handgun and opened fire into a crowd at the school in Belgrade. A security guard was also killed in the shooting. The police said in a statement that the shooting took place around 8:40 in the morning at Vladislav Rebnikar Primary School in the capital. The boy, who was not identified and whose age was not given, used his father's handgun to fire multiple shots into a crowd at the school. The suspect was apprehended in the schoolyard. 6 children and a teacher were injured in the attack and taken to hospital. A man has been arrested for shooting 2 people at Salt Lake City soccer field.
Oh, they found him.
Yes. Police said that the suspect, 32-year-old Stephen Matthew Macias, rode a bicycle onto the field at 17 South River Park around 7:30 p.m. This was on Monday. Macias allegedly fired multiple shots from a rifle into a white pickup truck parked at the parking lot, striking a 65-year-old man at least once. The victim got out of the truck and ran from the scene. Police say Macias then turned and began firing into the crowd on the soccer field, hitting a 21-year-old man. This second victim was in critical condition as of Tuesday night, critical but stable. This is not normal for this to happen in this park or any park, said Detective Ben Nilsson with the Salt Lake City Police Department. Our officers and our detectives worked late, stayed late, past their shift to come to a resolution. That's why we were able to make an arrest on this as quickly as we did. Neighbors in Texas complained about the police response in that shooting there.
They called multiple times before this happened.
That the guy was shooting his AR-15 style rifle.
Which is what you should do. If your neighbor's shooting his gun, you don't walk over
don't
and say,
confront
hey.
him.
No.
But after you've called the police, what was it, 5 times or something? And they don't show up?
Yeah.
He, but they've caught the guy. They caught him in a little town in Texas called Cut and Shoot.
That's the name of the town?
Cut and Shoot, Texas. And where this shooting took place, Trails End subdivision in Cleveland, Texas.
That's Texas.
This is Texas.
Yeah.
They found this hero who was hiding from them in a closet covered in dirty laundry.
Ew.
Trying to hide himself under a pile of dirty laundry. And now the question is, so he was in the country illegally. The question is, and he's been deported several times, and yet he still gets back in, and he's obviously insane. Water spilling over an emergency causeway in the Great Salt Lake is
a good sign.
It's a good sign.
Yeah.
It's a sign that a sight that railroad workers and state water officials are smiling about. Water spilling over this emergency berm on the Union Pacific Railroad causeway. What that means is that the lake level has risen to the point where water is again reaching the north arm of the Great Salt Lake.
Which is excellent.
When we started this project, I don't think anybody anticipated the snowpack this year, so we're incredibly excited, said Ben Stearman, the Sovereign Lands Administrator for the Utah Division of Forestry, Fire, and State Lands. He's the Sovereign Lands Administrator. Well, the causeway berm was raised 4 feet earlier this year to help protect the south arm of the Great Salt Lake from ecological collapse. When the lake hit a historic low this year, salinity levels started to increase. The collapse is a function of salinity, Stearman said. But now,
because if it's just spread out too thin, so
too
by
salty.
the berm would at least try to keep some amount of depth.
Yeah.
There
5 Utah hospitals have been acquired by the Catholic Health System, And they now have new names. The name changes pay homage to their new owners, Catholic Heritage. Davis Hospital and Medical Center in Layton is now Holy Cross Hospital Davis.
Which is weird because we've had a Holy Cross Hospital before.
Well,
but-
yes, we did. It was called Salt Lake Region.
Yeah.
It's called Salt Lake Regional Medical Center
Well, that's
now.
what I was going to say.
And
Did
it's
they-
now Holy Cross
Okay,
Hospital Salt
all right.
Lake. So it's Holy Cross Hospital again.
Okay.
All of the, and then there's Jordan Valley Medical Center, West Valley, and West Valley Camp. They're all
Holy
Cross, Jordan Valley, Holy Cross Valley West, and so forth and so on. And there are picket lines in Hollywood. The writers are on strike. That means no Saturday Night Live this week.
No, none of your late night shows, your Stephen Colbert, any of your Jimmys, any of your...
None of that. So the writers are on strike in Hollywood. I don't know how long that will go on. All right, that's it.
Sports. In the NBA last night, the Lakers over the Warriors. They now lead the series 1-0, 117-112. And the Knicks over the Heat, 111-105. Today we've got the 76ers and the Celtics at 6 o'clock. In the NHL, I know you're rooting for the Kraken, Bill. They beat the Dallas Stars last night, 5-4.
I want the Maple Leafs.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought maybe it was Carrie that wanted the Kraken.
I think it was Carrie.
Well, the Maple Leafs lost yesterday to the Panthers, 4-2. We've got the Devils and the Hurricanes today at 5, and the Oilers and the Golden Knights today at 7:30. The
See, of all those names, the only good one is Maple Leaves.
Not Kraken. You really don't like Kraken? Okay. Salt Lake Bees lost to the Tacoma Rainiers last night, 5-7. They play again tonight, and let's see what's their deal today. Oh, it's a matinee game. So this is Bill. You can go have lunch at the ballpark.
Oh boy,
noon game today. Let's see weather. So cooler today than it was yesterday. We'll be right around 80 for a high. And then tonight and tomorrow, that's when things start to change. Slight chance of thunderstorms overnight tonight, 20%. Then 60% chance tomorrow. Only a high of 72 expected tomorrow. And then we dip back down into the 60s with several days of the potential for rain showers. It looks like all the way through Sunday. Traffic, let me refresh this for you. We're looking good. I have no accidents to report. I'll just remind you about Little Cottonwood Canyon. Not that you were going there anyway, because it's been closed. They had a huge mudslide yesterday, and it's deep and wide, and will be just a mess to clean up. So if you got business in Little Cottonwood Canyon, it's going to have to wait for a while for them to clean that up. Somebody says it looks like there's a fire downtown. I can't see anything from here, and I haven't seen anything on Twitter. If you know anything about that,
we can see about a quarter of not even a quarter of downtown from here.
But if you know anything about that, or have any other traffic issues you think folks need to know about, animals running loose, any of that kind of thing, you can text us 33986. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Oh, hello.
Hello. Oh, Francis.
Yes, here's I, Francis Christ, the sister of Frank Christ, who's on vacation. Although he's really stuck on that vacation. You know, he's not refusing to leave the island of Hawaii, and that poor woman from MASH died.
So who had to boop her?
Well, he sent his intern.
Oh, okay.
He's a young intern.
So you are Frank Christ, our celebrity Grim Reaper. You're his sister.
I'm Frank's sister, Frances, and by the way, Frank's real name is Francis as well.
What? Oh.
He doesn't like that, though. He says it sounds too feminine. So let's call him Frank. Yeah, I'm a reaper as well, and I am charged with reaping the souls of home improvement show celebrity. Well, they're not celebrities; they're hosts. They're minor celebrities, I guess.
So you don't have a lot of work, then, I'm guessing.
No, Chip and JoJo are just fine. They're fine.
Well, we're going to find out who else is just fine. You've brought a list of dead celebrities.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's it's Francis Chris Presents. They're fine. They're just fine. There are 3 celebrities on this list that are fine, just
Yeah.
fine. And then one has gone, and we have a contestant. We'll decide who that is, figure it out, and then what will they win?
I've got tickets to Depeche Mode coming to. This is Vivint Arena, but I believe they were taking the sign down yesterday. So I
Oh.
think when Depeche Mode is here, it will be the Delta,
Delta
Center,
Center.
November
Oh, how
18th.
nice.
Yeah.
All right, Kim, are you there?
Kim,
I am.
Kim, how are
Yes.
you?
I'm fine. I'm just fine.
Yes, you are.
Of course you are. Of course you are. You sound very fine. Have you watched Chip and JoJo lately? They're so wonderful, aren't they?
I haven't.
Oh, they're wonderful. The Gaines.
That's right.
Yes, they're lovely. Well, listen, I'm going to read you these 4 celebrities, Kim, and 3 of them are, well, they're fine. They're just fine. But one of them, I'm unfortunately, my brother Frank has taken, and you have to tell me which one it is. All right, here we go, Kim. These are all guest hosts of Saturday Night Live.
Okay.
The 13th season of Saturday Night Live, which was 1978 to, 1987 to 1988.
Okay.
Number 1 on the list is Judge Reinhold. He was in Stripes, you know.
Yeah.
Fast Times at Ridgemont
Yes.
High, Gremlins, Ruthless People. He has co-starred in all of the films in the Beverly Hills Cop and the Santa Claus franchises. And the last episode of the season, he hosted the last episode of the season because the writer's strike
Oh, they had one then too.
brought
Oh.
a sudden conclusion to that season. The musical guest for Mr. Reinhold was 10,000 Maniacs. Number 2, isn't that an odd name?
Yes, it is.
Number 2 on the list, Angie Dickinson. Her breakthrough roles were in Gun the Man Down with James Arness and the Western film Rio Bravo with John Wayne. And Dean Martin was in that as well. She also received Golden Globe Award for New Star of the Year. NBC offered Dickinson her own television show, which became a groundbreaking weekly series called Policewoman. It was the first successful dramatic TV series to feature a woman in the title role.
A woman.
Yes. the musical guest when Angie Dickinson hosted Buster Poindexter and David Gilmour.
Oh, lovely.
Number 3 on this list of celebrities, Dabney Coleman. Coleman's best-known films, of course, include 9 to 5, On Golden Pond, Tootsie, and War Games. Coleman's television roles include the title character in Buffalo Bill. He was also the voice of Principal Peter Prickly in Recess, and he was Louis in the Commodore, he was Louis the Commodore in Boardwalk Empire. Excuse me.
Yes.
Musical guest for Dabney Coleman, The Cars. And number 4 on this list, Robert Mitchum. Of course, best known for his anti-hero roles and film noir appearances. He received many, many Academy Award nominations, and he did get an Academy Award, I believe. Robert Mitchum, you know, was at one time arrested for marijuana possession.
I didn't know that.
Yes, he was with actress Lila Leeds. They were arrested for possession of marijuana. After serving a week in the county jail in Los Angeles, he described the experience to a reporter as being like Palm Springs, but without the riffraff. The musical guest was Simply Red. All right, Kim, those are the celebrities. Of those 4 celebrities, 3 of them are fine, just fine, but one of them not. Who is it?
Robert Mitchum.
You're absolutely correct. It was pretty hard.
Yay!
He died in 1997 at
been
the
a
age
while.
of 79. But you know, Dabney Coleman.
Yeah, how
Frank,
old is he?
Frank will be calling on him pretty soon. He's 91.
I don't think he's on anybody's list.
Angie Dickinson, 91.
Oh, okay.
Judge Reinhold,
Not 91.
kicking horse turds down the road. That's what he's doing. You know why his name is Judge?
It's not. That's not his.
It's a nickname.
Oh.
Because his family said he looked very stern when he was a baby. He looked like a judge.
I'm glad it stuck.
Yes. Well, Kim, congratulations.
You've got those tickets to see
Thank you.
Depeche Mode at the Not Vivint Arena on November 18th.
Kim, will you be as glad as I am when Frank comes back?
Yes.
Oh.
I thought I've got to go watch my shows. Tariq is waiting for me to to see his show.
Yeah, flip or flop.
Yeah, he's fixing something up, I'm
Okay.
sure.
Well, thanks, Francis.
Bye.
Bye. She pedals away.
I know.
She
She,
doesn't have
you
a-
got to add some cards in there so I can get that sound.
A bicycle bell would be
That
fine.
too.
No, would be just fine.
All right, Gina. Traffic.
Okay, let me refresh this because we've had no issues this morning. You've got an excellent commute on your hands. Even if you don't have anywhere to go this morning, you should go there because there's no accidents, no slowdowns being reported, at least as far as UDOT's concerned. The fire downtown, somebody was asking about that, and another friend of the program texted in and just said the fire looks like it's over by 13th South. But we don't have any more information on that. If you have...
There's the street is blocked off, too, from West Temple. It's Second South.
Mm-hmm.
Second South, where the Holiday Inn Express is, goes down past. It's all blocked off for some reason. I don't know why.
It could be for the Monster Jam. Maybe they're staging
Setting up.
stuff.
They could be
there.
setting up for the weekend. Yeah, that's going on.
That's what
They're
it
going to
is.
be actually. That's a good. This is traffic. There's going to be road closures around Rice Eccles Stadium this weekend due to Monster Jam. So there's a little traffic for you. Things that must go coming up. We could still use yours real quick. Email us radiofromhell@x96.com. Must go coming up.
Radio from Hell with Carrie, Bill, and Gina. 96.3 FM, X96.
I got caught in an embarrassing moment this morning.
Oh, good. I can't wait to hear.
Here at work. Already, I've been at work about an hour now, and already caught in an embarrassing moment.
Are you saving it?
No, I'll tell you right now. I came in the back door, as I always do. I kind of hope Chris is listening. I don't know Chris's last name.
Mancow.
Yeah, Chris
Yeah,
Mancow.
sure.
Yeah. So Chris is a board operator here in the building, and he tends to another radio station. He's a very nice guy, very quiet guy, very shy, I believe. Probably if he's hearing this, is embarrassed to hell that I'm even mentioning him on the radio. He's a very shy guy. So I come in the building this morning, and I'm walking down the long corridor there, and there down at the end of the corridor is a copy machine. And on the copy machine is sitting a big, it's like a briefcase, suitcase kind of thing.
Okay.
It looks like a toolbox, but not metal. It's a cord, fabric kind of stuff. What do they call that? Cordova. No. Anyway. So it's a big case with buckles on it and everything. And it's sitting there and it's just out of place. It's odd. I've never seen it sitting there before. It's sitting, what is that? I think to myself. So then I think. How
curious were you?
I open it up and start rifling through it. Look at this. Look at this. And I mean, there was nothing particularly strange.
Wait a minute.
in there.
You saw someone's luggage lying around and you just opened it?
Well, yeah.
Didn't you learn anything from the announcements at the airport?
Or anything from the Dick Van Dyke Show.
God.
But I thought in my mind, maybe the reason I opened it is I thought, I wonder if because it looks like one of those things that the copy guy brings with his tools in it.
Okay.
To repair the copier. But I start going through it, and it's obviously somebody's briefcase. It's got some CDs in there, library books. There's an orange in it. I went through it pretty extensive. No, I didn't.
Sounds like you cataloged all of the stuff in there.
This is all stuff that I could sort of see right there. And as I'm kind of going through it, Chris comes up the hall the other way and goes, hey, that's mine. And I went,
I'm sorry.
I thought it was the copy guys.
Because if it was the copy guys, that would have been okay to go.
Well, it was my duty to investigate as a junior TSA trainee.
TSA, which really does mean to stand around. I'm just convinced of it.
No. So sorry, I apologize to Chris, and I'll apologize again. But just, just standing there going through his stuff, and here comes the shyest guy in the building going, hey!
X96.3 and X96.com.
X96.
7:05.
No. So Carrie on vacation, and he'll be back Monday. I think I'm going to take a week off here pretty soon.
Where are you going?
I don't know. Somewhere not here.
And then I'm going to Italy.
And then in September, as always, I leave for a week and a half.
Wait a minute. You just went on vacation.
Yes.
And you're going on vacation again?
Yes.
And then you're going to go on vacation again?
Yes. And you know what?
You take more time than anybody.
I think I might. Well,
no. Well, you
I
take
don't know.
chunks.
I
When you
take
go to
I
Lost
take chunks and
Lands,
stuff,
you take
but
you take a chunk. I've decided I'm saying yes to things.
taking on the yes man
And you know what,
situation
Gina?
here.
You decided that 10 or 15 years ago. This is nothing new.
I'm saying yes to things.
Yes, I'll go. Well,
Sure.
whatever. Sure. Is there work involved?
I don't.
No. Then I'll go.
Spend as much time as you can with your kids while you got them.
Exactly.
I get it.
And I'm just the opposite. Spend as much time away from them as you can.
I traveled with my family and my parents. I loved every second, and I learned a lot, so I'm all for it. I advocate for you.
Good for you, little Miss Homebody.
What can I say? All right.
All right.
Things that must go. Brought to you by.
Brought to you by Feeling Better. Just got easier with Prime IV. Get all the vitamins and minerals you need infused directly into your bloodstream and feel better. Current offers at primevhydration.com.
Things that must go on the radio. From Hell Show.
These are things that are bugging you, things that must go, things that must leave your life. If they don't leave your life soon, you're going to go insane. So you send them to us. And hopefully if we read it on the air, it'll make you feel better. And sometimes it's miraculous.
Mm-hmm.
These things actually disappear from your life.
We've heard reports from people that said,
Mhm.
I send in my... And actually, if we do read your must go and your thing goes away, let us
know. Yeah.
This one, I'll start because this one's sort of apropos about what we're talking about by vacation time.
Okay.
This one says, the younger generation, or we could put, or Gina,
What?
that thinks that it's okay to work a 10-hour shift and do only 2 hours worth of work.
What?
She does at least 4 hours.
Thanks, Katie.
And my boyfriend hitting a deer on his motorcycle Sunday.
Oh, that's scary.
It says he's okay. I don't know if she means the deer or the boyfriend.
I hope the boyfriend,
I
but that
hope both.
motorcycle's done.
Yeah. One thing of mine that must go, and I've mentioned it before, but I've got taking a certain medication right now that comes in little blister packs, each individual pill in a blister pack that is impossible to open.
Yeah.
What is the deal?
I hate that.
I mean, I understand you want to put it in a blister pack, but why do you have to make it so hard to open?
Well, and then if you press it out wrong, you break the
Yeah,
pill.
and it breaks and falls apart.
Or you try to cut it out.
Yeah, and you end up cutting the pill. It's just awful. This one says, good morning, Radio from Hell. My things that must go are country music singer Brantley Gilbert smashing a can of Bud Light during a cover of Queen's Another One Bites the Dust due to the marketing with Dylan Mulvaney.
Yeah.
He didn't see the irony. Performing a classic song from a bisexual rock star.
Yep.
I thought he was a one-hit wonder, huh? Gina demanding that that the new Mario movie have a discussion about menstruation because it beat Are You There, God? It's Me, Margaret at the box office. Yeah, well, that's true.
I stand by my statement.
Princess Peach is in there.
Let's see. A lack of people available to house and dog sit for Carrie while he's away in Hawaii. Carrie works very hard on the show. He deserves the time off, and he needs a Moscow Mule if he's not drinking any tropical beverages in the Aloha State.
Oh, I'm sure he is.
Johnny, the game show host,
What?
having to deal with amateurs must go. It's because
He's a professional.
it's because someone is using a pen instead of a coin.
I have a coin today, okay?
Or flipping a coin flipping app to decide who goes first at Beat Gina Trivia.
So sorry, I'm not Carrie.
Jack Teixeira, as a U.S. Air Force airman, must go, accused of leaking secrets.
Yep.
He decorated his bedroom with cargo netting and painted the walls in camouflage patterns. The
He's
U.S.
cosplaying being a soldier.
The U.S. Department of Justice released photos of it, and it is more cringe than seeing two grade school teachers make out.
Where did that come from?
But less than a Dar Man video. I don't know who Dar Man is.
Don't ask me.
DHAR man.
I wouldn't know.
Thanks for letting me listen, and that's that.
Katie?
Well, I've got a couple of my own.
Okay.
I wear glasses, you see, and I don't know about you, but I got this great hair that hangs in front of my glasses, and I have custom-made bangs now because my hair gets stuck in the hinges of my glasses, and it just rips it. And so, yeah, that must go. And also, just general needing to clean up my house always needs to go. It's always dirty, and I just can't seem to stay on top of it.
Well, you're here all day, every day.
Yeah.
I hate with the glasses when you put them on your head.
And then these get stuck, the nose pieces
get stuck.
Glasses. I love my glasses, but at the same time, some of them just must go.
Yeah.
Dar Man is an American entrepreneur and film producer, best known for his video production company, Dar Man Studios, that creates short films for social media platforms.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
Gina?
Let's see. This from You Can Use My Name. It's Paula. Hi, Paula. Things that must go. The housing market in Utah is way too expensive. Please make the prices go down so we can move back to Utah. Paula, where are you? We want you back here.
Yeah.
Let's see. This from Jeremy. As an educator, I can't stand these administrators and educators who are fighting to figure out ways. Let me back up. He sent a link to a story about Vermont School District removes male-female puberty reproductive system lessons. He's like, administrators are spending time on things like this and not just figuring out ways to get kids to attend school, because kids are just skipping school and not just that very basic thing of showing up. Please find important matters to make our future relevant and ready for society instead of confusing those which will someday support and or run how we live. Good point, Jeremy. And finally, You Can Use My Name. This is from Sue. Those reels people make on Facebook or TikTok where they're lip-syncing people talking like a conversation or answering questions, they're cringeworthy.
Mm-hmm.
My constant 24/7 post-nasal drip causing me to cough all the time. It's been going on for years. My doctors have tried everything, allergy pills, nasal sprays, food elimination, etc. They even froze the nerves way back up in my sinuses.
Whoa.
Nothing has worked. Please make it stop.
Freezing nerves? That's a thing?
And the only thing that's worse than that is her number 3, Mike Lee.
Well, yeah, he should go. Allergies. That's another one. Allergies, they must go.
Things that must go on the radio from Hell Show.
Traffic.
Yeah, we've had a great commute this morning so far. I'm looking again at the UDOT website. There are no slowdowns or accidents, or everybody's behaving themselves.
If you could come by the studio, Gina will personally pat you on the back.
I sure will. Let's see if we can keep it that way. That would be great. I don't have any more updates on that fire in downtown Salt Lake. Somebody said it was around 13th South or so. If you know anything, you can text us. Also, if you have tips for post-nasal drip, a friend of the program says stop the cocaine. That'll help with
right,
the
of course.
So do that first. But you can text us tips such as that to 33986. Do you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes? Multiple unfiled years? Contact McClure and Stewart for a free consultation. Go to McClureandStewart.com today.
Let's see. We're going to take a break here, right?
Yep.
We've got
Boners.
Boners coming up.
Yep.
Here are the candidates you'll be voting for this time. Number 1, does a bare-chested vote count? Number 2, it's never too early to learn a good work ethic, Gina. And number 3, Tucker is not becoming a monster. He is a monster.
Yes.
All right, boners and news coming up after this. But first, Ran Life.
Ran Life is a mortgage company, a local mortgage company, as you may know. You've heard me talk about them for years now. Why have I been talking about them for years? Because they've put a script in front of me and said, Bill, you have...
they're your mortgage company.
You have got a mortgage with Ran Life. You know more about them than I do, so you talk about them. And I say, okay, because I do like them. I like Ran Life quite a bit. And this is a good time to buy a house. But you're worried. You're worried about interest rates. You're worried about how can I swing this. maybe you're self-employed, and that's if you're self-employed, you make enough. You make enough money, but it's hard to prove that. Well, Rand Life can help you there too. Rand Life offers loan programs for first-time home buyers that can help with down payments while making sure you get the best interest rate possible to keep your mortgage very, very low. So randlife.com/X96 is where you need to go. randlife.com/X96. Find out how Rand Life can help you get into a home. randlife.com/X96.
I'd like to show you something, Gina.
What do you got?
Let me get it here.
And everybody else can look in.
Yes.
What? What?
Something furry. Oh, I can't tell.
Is it?
It looks like something that my cat coughed up. What is that? Can't tell what it is.
How much money if I eat it?
Wait a minute. Wait, let's see it again. That does not look edible.
It looks like hair.
It does, doesn't it?
What is
it?
How much if I eat it?
$5.
$5 to eat it?
I'll give you $5.
Okay. Yeah, there it is.
Okay.
Ready?
That's disgusting.
What?
And it
what?
It kind of dissolves in your mouth, doesn't
You
it?
seem to be enjoying it, whatever
What
it
is
is.
it?
A little bit.
What?
Pork foo.
Pork
Which is what? What is pork foo?
It's essentially just pork jerky that's just been shredded.
Shredded,
very
yeah,
finely.
yeah.
So it looks like lint.
So that
Yeah.
wasn't such a dare after
No.
all.
I owe you $5.
$5
Where do
So
you get
how do
pork
you-
foo?
at the Asian store.
Now, are you supposed to just enjoy it that way, or are you supposed to also add it onto food? Or?
That's what's great about it is that it's so functional and it dissolves and you can put it in stuff and it brings that nice pork flavor but like you said, it dissolves and
Yeah.
you know and then when moisture hits it, it's kind of like it's meat, you know. It is,
Yeah.
It's just
Oh yeah,
But
I
it
know
looks-
exactly. I can. Oh man,
it's delicious.
But it looks hairy. Is
It is.
Well,
Is
so
it hairy
no.
in your mouth?
A little for a
It's
second.
like, how about think of it as cotton candy, except it's meat.
Meat candy.
It's meat
Oh,
cotton
okay.
candy. Essentially.
Would you eat it, Gina?
I would try it.
Would you?
Sure.
Okay. Maybe I'll
send her over some
over.
pork foo?
Now they call it also pork floss, but you know it says on the package pork foo, so that's what I'm going with.
That's much better. What is the brand? Straighten the label out there. Let me look at the whole.
It's Kimbo brand.
I know, that's great.
Trust
See,
it.
that's
Yeah.
Kimbo brand pork foo,
Yes, Kimbo
Cooked.
brand.
dried pork product.
Mm-hmm.
My wife goes to the Asian store, the one on 9th South, all the time. The big one. So I bet they have it
Put
there.
pork foo on the shopping list.
Get you a jar of pork foo.
Get me a jar of pork foo while you're out, honey.
Yeah, it looks like the dogs tore up the carpet. Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah.
what it looks like.
Mhm.
Yeah, but it's delicious.
The Pet Shop Boys with West End Girls, 7:23.
It's time for Boner of the Day.
Yes, 3 news stories that are examples of bad, stupid, or funny human behavior. It's the old-fashioned meaning of the term boner. You really pulled a boner that time. You
Your
made
grandpa
a mistake.
said it.
Yeah, you made a mistake. There's an argument as to where that word came from, and no one's really quite sure the exact story. But it maybe had to do with a baseball player named, his last name was Boner, and a mistake
You
he
made a mistake. Yeah, he pulled a boner.
Yeah. So we'll give you 2 stories now, then one after the big boy news, and then you'll call and vote on the one that you think is the worst, the one you think is the boner of the day, and one lucky random boner voter will receive.
I can't buy it. Got to win it. Radio from Hell boner T-shirt.
Here's boner candidate number 1. Does a bare-chested vote count? Hey.
Oh, you need to go to x96.com/live to see the picture that accompanies this.
This is a Minnesota state senator who was caught on Zoom voting shirtless with his computer background and Ode to Schoolhouse Rock's I'm Just a Bill during a legislative meeting Monday morning. State Senator Calvin Barr's cringeworthy display promptly went viral, even though the camera that captured the moment during the Legislative Audit Commission's meeting quickly shut off after he voted yes without a shirt. His virtual background was a still of the anthropomorphic Bill.
I'm just a Bill.
And the young
Yes,
boy
I'm
he's
a
teaching in the educational children's song that was actually written by Minnesota native Dave Frischberg, which is
interesting.
It's relevant to the story
Yeah.
because this is a Minnesota lawmaker. The video clip has been the joy of my entire day, one social media user tweeted, and I'm not even joking.
Because he's not just shirtless, he's clearly in bed.
Yeah.
Like he rolled over.
Why has he got that? Oh, that's just his virtual background
Yeah.
on his Zoom.
Yeah.
The Democratic Minnesota State Senate Nicole Mitchell tweeted, "The level of professionalism we get from some of our Minnesota GOP members, well, you know." A GOP Senate spokesman told the Star Tribune that Mr. Barr had worked until about 4:45 in the morning as a truck driver before getting in some sleep on Monday morning.
Which is fine.
Yeah.
You don't have to put your camera on, or if
No.
you do, put a shirt on.
Does a bare-chested vote count? That's what I'm wondering.
I mean,
Did he have a mullet? Is that what I was seeing in that photo?
I don't know. Can
He
you
just
bring that
had
photo
bed-
back up, you
He
guys?
just had bed head kind
Well,
of,
in his
think.
professional photo in
He
the back,
does.
you see a
Oh,
little
yeah. Or a
curly cute,
ponytail.
something
Or
like
a
that.
Oh, yeah, he's business in the front and party in
It
the
looks
back.
like it.
Yep. Here's boner candidate number 2. It's never too late to learn a good work ethic, or never too early, I should say,
Right.
to learn a good work ethic. 2 10-year-old children
Oh.
were found to be working unpaid shifts at a Kentucky McDonald's, sometimes until 2 o'clock in the morning. The children, who have not been named, prepared and served meals at the Louisville McDonald's. They worked the drive-thru, the cash register, and they had to clean the floors.
Didn't they have
One-
school?
One was even, they were doing the night shift. One was even allowed to work the deep fryer, a task that is considered illegal for anyone under the age of 16, as it involves, quote, dangerous equipment.
They're probably as tall as that fryer.
The 2 children are just some of 305 children under the age of 16 who the United States Department of Labor's Wage and Hour Division investigators discovered were working illegally at McDonald's restaurants in Kentucky, Indiana, Maryland, and Ohio.
I bet those kids are really good at math working that cash register.
And I'm telling you, it's never too early to learn the ethics of a good working.
So is this a problem of their family needs money? Is this a problem of the owner of the store doesn't care?
It
Is
comes as some businesses across the country have been turning to younger workers to cope with a labor shortage. Some states passing bills to ease child labor laws, but 10 years old is pushing it a little too far.
Especially the night shift.
Yeah. So they're working the night shift and going to school in the day. Boner candidate number 2, it's never too early to learn a good work ethic.
And we have thousands of people trying to get into this country that would probably love those jobs. Can we just let
They're
them
all
in to
children.
work?
They're all children. Coming up in a moment, boner candidate number 3, Tucker is not becoming a monster. Tucker is a monster.
News?
Brought to you by Homecoming Southern Kitchen, home of the best chicken and biscuits in the city. Get to know your all-knowing fortune at Zoltar, like from Big.
Yeah.
Or treat your mom to Mother's Day brunch located on the corner of 2nd South West Temple. Reservations available at homecomingslc.com.
Wait, they have Zoltar there?
Yeah.
One of those fortune tellers?
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah. Worth it.
You can go get your Make-A-Wish, Bill.
Cool.
News.
Kevin Costner's wife is pulling the plug on their marriage.
Oh, bummer.
She just filed for divorce. The actor's wife, Christine Costner, filed Monday to end their 18-year marriage. It's unclear what led to the split. Christine cited the usual irreconcilable differences.
Well, he's always gone, making movies in Yellowstone.
Kevin's rep tells TMZ it is with great sadness that circumstances beyond his control have transpired, which have resulted in Mr. Costner having to participate in a dissolution of marriage action. The rep went on, we ask that this and Christine and their children's privacy be respected as they navigate this difficult time. It's, they're not saying much about it. They have 3 fairly old kids.
No, 3 young? I mean,
12, 13, and 15.
That's not fairly old for Kevin Costner. He also has like 30-year-old kids. He's got 7 kids.
Well, he makes enough money. He can take care of them, right? Hogle Zoo. They are, it's a surprise because there have been elephants at the zoo for 100 years.
Yeah.
But officials at the zoo announced Tuesday that they will stop elephant care at the attraction and will soon move their animals to other locations.
Aww.
The zoo said it's pausing its continuous care of the animals that began over 100 years ago. With the change, the zoo's current elephants, Christy, who is 36, and her daughter Zuri, who is 13, will be relocated together to another accredited zoo where opportunities for them to grow their family may increase, said Hogle Zoo. According to zoo officials, the announcement comes after determining what was best for the elephants in talks with consultants, professionals, and members of the community. It will allow the elephants to join a larger herd.
Which they're very social animals.
Yeah, people are saying just 2 together, that's
not
good.
enough. Yeah, this is a good thing. I was reading this story talking about how they've been up there for 100 years.
Yeah.
When I was a little kid, Bill, you might remember this, you used to be able to ride an elephant at the zoo.
What?
That was one of the attractions.
I don't remember that.
I got to hold an owl on my arm once, but that was all I got to do at Hogle Zoo.
Which is terrible. They shouldn't have done. I mean,
no.
And I'm
Forever.
old,
It was
so
a
this
long
was a
ago.
long time ago.
Anyway, the reason is they need to be with a larger group.
It's a good thing.
Stop fighting over the state flag, people, would you please? Opponents of adopting the new Utah state flag are not ready to give up the fight, even though they couldn't get anybody to sign their damn petition. Last month, in an effort to possibly veto the legislature's approval of the new flag failed. Now organizers have filed an initiative to put undoing the flag change on the ballot 2024.
You can fly whatever flag you want at your house.
Personally, I like the new one. I think it looks a little bit nicer and cleaner.
I do too.
It's fine. It's just fine.
If you have a flagpole, we can run whatever you want.
If you have an old flag, use that one.
I'm telling you, just run it up the flagpole and then salute it. I don't care what it is.
Your choice.
This is a weird story. A missing teen girl who was found dead on a rural Oklahoma property, along with 6 other people, including a convicted sex offender, was set to represent her town at a state beauty pageant this summer, her heartbroken father said. Brittany Brewer's father, Nathan, remembered his 16-year-old daughter as an outgoing person. In an interview Monday, shortly after her remains were discovered, alongside those of her friend, 14-year-old Ivy Webster, near the town of Henrietta. She actually was selected to be Miss Henrietta at the National American Miss Pageant in Tulsa, and now she ain't going to make it because she's dead. She's gone, the dad said.
Now there were these 2 friends that were missing together. These 2 girls. They found other bodies at this.
Well, that's
property.
what I just said. There were 7.
And one of them was the owner of the property, and the reason they knew who he was he was doing court on some other
convicted sex offender.
Yeah, some other sex offense charge. He was doing court and didn't show up, and so they went looking for him.
And they found these
and
other
they
bodies.
found
So there's
7
eight
bodies.
8 bodies? 7
7 or
bodies?
8, yeah.
House of 1,000 corpses over here.
How they're going to, I mean, I assume they will sort this out. And
I think there have been other missing children, young people in this area, and I think they're thinking it's all going to come out.
Lovely.
It doesn't.
Lovely.
It says police haven't released further details about the killings, but a relative of four of the victims said that they were found shot to death in various locations on the property which belonged to Mr. McFadden, the convicted sex offender. The other 4 victims, well, it just gives their names.
We'll learn more about this. Just happened. We'll learn more about it.
Let's see, California. No, that's Mike Lee defending Supreme Court and his good friend Clarence Thomas. In a committee hearing on Tuesday, Mike Lee said he believes there's a coordinated campaign against Republican-appointed Supreme Court justices in order to reduce trust in the court.
No, Mike, the Republican members of the Supreme Court keep doing bad things.
Well,
there's
Mike
a
Lee
difference.
says he knows that he knows of Democratic nominees to the Supreme Court who've done bad things too.
Show me where. Let's
he
hear
knows.
it.
He knows.
Why aren't you talking about it then? Let's see the evidence.
Well, because you know
what?
Because he says.
Let's see it. We will hold them accountable as well.
The truth is, the left simply disagrees with the decisions of Clarence Thomas and the decisions of our current Supreme Court, and they obviously can't persuade the American people to adopt their radical policies through legislation, so they're attempting to destroy the court's credibility and intimidate the Republican-appointed justices and their families, starting with Justice Thomas.
You're okay with
Lee
the behavior of his wife?
Lee said he knew of issues related to justices appointed by Democrats, including one who traveled for free with wealthy friends, including stays at the homes of prominent attorneys whose firms have cases before the Supreme Court. But he doesn't say who it is because he doesn't really know. So that's Mike standing up for his good friend Clarence Thomas. Let's see. Another woman has testified that Donald Trump sexually assaulted her on an airplane. Her name is Lisa Birnbach, testified about... Lisa Birnbach is the friend of E. Jean Carroll.
E. Jean Carroll called her right after this happened, years and years ago, and said, Donald Trump did this to me. And I believe this is the friend that said, oh, you can't go to the police. That's Donald Trump. He's got tons of attorneys, and they'll never listen to you, and you should just forget this ever happened.
Also on Tuesday, a clinical psychologist testified she had spent between 20 and 22 hours with E. Jean Carroll before the trial and said in her expert opinion she has suffered from some very painful memories. There's another woman who said that Trump, who testified yesterday, who said that Trump groped her on an airplane. She said it was like, her name is Leeds. It says, Trump silently molested her with what seemed like 40 zillion hands on a flight in the late 1970s.
And we have him on tape saying that he does this.
Yeah.
Often.
Well, it's because when you're famous, you can get away with it.
You can just do it.
You can just do it.
Just make a move.
And finally this, it's about damn time that Ocean Spray cranberry juice and Absolute vodka got together in a canned cocktail.
It is kind of funny that hasn't happened.
It is,
before.
isn't it? There have been all kinds of canned cocktails lately, so it doesn't require any special imagination to rate. Hey, wait a minute! Absolute vodka and Ocean Spray.
Wait a minute.
Yep, they're going to do a whole line of them. A delicious Ocean Spray cranberry juice and vodka. All right, that's it.
Weather traffic?
Okay, it's 60 right now. Going to get up to about 80 for a high today. Then tonight's when things start to kind of change. About a 20% chance of thunderstorms overnight tonight. Overnight low of 54. 60% chance of showers tomorrow. High of 72. And then we dip back down into the 60s, looks like, for the weekend, with on again, off again chances for showers all weekend long. Traffic, we got a text from our good friend Artie Fufkin, who you can hear on weekends here on X96 now. He says, this is back to things that must go, and it's a traffic thing. He's like, people who don't know how to use the roundabout must go. I love a roundabout, but if you don't know how to use it, stay the hell away. Sometimes I flag people down and give them a pamphlet, which I made, that outlines the proper etiquette of using a roundabout. I also include fun facts about the history of roundabouts.
That's awesome.
Artie, I'd like to see a copy of that pamphlet,
Right?
please. I really need to see it.
Also, somebody else says there's a fire in a small building off the back of the new apartments by Trax on 13 South 2nd West. There's a lot of emergency vehicles on the scene. Another friend of the program says lots of highway patrol south side of I-215. Thank you for sending those in. We appreciate it when you do. 33986.
Here's boner candidate number 3. Tucker Carlson is not becoming a monster. He is a monster. The New York Times believes that they have uncovered the text, the one piece of evidence that made Fox suddenly say, we better settle this. The lawsuit brought against them by Dominion. A text message sent by Tucker Carlson that set off a panic at the highest levels of Fox on the eve of the billion-dollar defamation trial showed its most popular host sharing his private, inflammatory, racist views about violence and race. The discovery of the message contributed to a chain of events that ultimately led to Mr. Carlson's firing. In the message sent to one of the producers on his show in the hours after violent Trump supporters stormed the Capitol on January 6th, Carlson described how he had recently watched a video of a group of men, Trump supporters, he said, violently attacking an Antifa kid, as he put it. It was 3 against 1 at least, he wrote. And then he expressed a sense of dismay that the attackers, like him, Carlson, were white. Jumping a guy like that is dishonorable, obviously. It's not how white men fight, he said. But he said, so that's just racist out and out.
There's
But
no other way to read that.
But you know what I think is even creepier is what he said after that. He said, let me find it here in the text. He said, I found myself rooting for the mob against the man, hoping they'd hit him harder, kill him. I really wanted them to hurt that kid. I could taste it, he wrote. And then somewhere deep in my brain, an alarm went off. This isn't good for me. I'm becoming something I don't want to be. No, you're not becoming something you don't want to be. You are something that nobody wants you to be.
He's a hideous human being.
Boner candidate number 3. Tucker's not becoming a monster. He is a monster.
Okay, do you want to do a recap of the first 2 and then we can get to voting?
I can do that. So, boner candidate number 1 is, does a bare-chested vote count? Minnesota lawmaker caught voting shirtless over a Zoom call in the Minnesota legislature. Boner candidate number 2, it's never too early to learn a good work ethic. Kids as young as 10 years old working the night shift at McDonald's in Kentucky. And boner candidate number 3, Tucker's not becoming a monster. He is a monster.
All right, now is your time to vote, but coming up after we award the boner, it is Hello, Yeah, What, where you can call in and talk to us about almost anything that you want to or ask us questions. But right now, it is time to vote for Boner of the Day. You can call in to our producer's booth at 877-602-9696 and give your vote to Dawson. Or just go online to our website. There's a post up there where you can vote right there. Or you can even text us at 33986. Just put the number 1, 2, or 3. Don't actually put anything else other than 1, 2, or 3, or it will not come across properly and we won't get that vote. It is Boner of the Day. Go vote right now.
For the 5th.
So this weekend is also the big shopping thing.
It is.
And I'm telling you right now, if you go, I'm going to be hurt.
The big shopping thing being every year, Gina. Well, you tell them what you do every year.
Yeah, go ahead, Gina.
It's my mom, the Sainted Mary Claire, and 3 of her friends, and all their daughters. I don't even know how many people it is. It's like 40 people.
But they're all of a certain. Oh no, I'm not going to do it. Never mind. I was going to be way too mean there.
I was so hoping you'd continue. Let that thought flow through there.
Anyway. In fact, one of the mothers was shopping a day or 2 ago with her daughters. I'm not sure where they were, but
Getting
she
a
was trying
jump on it, were they?
Well, no, they were trying to buy the matching jammies because we all wear matching jammies, and
Those are pajamas for those of you who don't know
Yeah.
what jammies are.
matching jammies. And the mother said, "Oh, I want these," and they said, "Well, we need to order them in." And she said, "Well, I have to have them by Thursday." I'm like, why do you need 5 pairs of matching jammies by Thursday? And she said, "Well, we go on this shopping trip every year." And he said, "Is this Gina Barberi's shopping trip?"
God. Okay, so we don't need to explain it. Everybody seems to know. But here's the deal: is that if you go,
why will you be hurt?
I will be hurt because she can't make the ride into work here and sit in this comfortable chair that Babinski's has given you.
But she can go
But she can go
shopping.
and shop, and that just shows there's that guilt thing coming back. Is that you and I cannot have any control?
No.
But Mary Claire, Queen of Guilt.
She directs my life, as you know.
I don't think that you should let your mother make you go on this shopping.
That's right. That's right.
Well, and actually we've talked about it a lot the last couple of days, and she's been worried about me, and I've been having some trouble the last couple of days. And
Richie's having a T-shirt made for you, by the way. It just says "irritable uterus" on it.
Well,
I'd wear it.
Let's see if we can get a second tie line to come in here. I know big radio stations can do that, and we're just KXRK Provo, but let's see if we can get a second tie line in here so that Gina can be at home and we can be at Jiffy Lube on Monday, and we can all be here. All right?
It'd be nice if we could do that.
All right.
it's the JT thing that's the problem.
Well, JT can maybe send her traffic in pre-recorded.
Oh, okay.
JT, you're there, right? Maybe we could do that just for
Whatever
one day.
you guys want.
For one day.
That's
all
a doable thing, isn't it, JT?
As long as somebody can play an MP3 over there.
Sure. Yeah, we can do that.
Yeah, whatever you guys want.
All right, we'll have Richie work that out.
I mean, it would be sort of live traffic, but it would be like
I'll send it like a minute or two.
a minute
for
or
us.
two. Yeah.
I won't be able to do my sign off though.
Well, we'll be okay.
We'll forego
One
that.
day, one day.
Yeah, whatever you guys want. Come
All
on.
right.
From Hell on X96.
All right, 746, almost said 64. And it is time to award the Boner of the Day.
And it's brought to you in part by Lentils.
And Fat Jack's Burger Emporium, home of the Joseph Smith Fan Club, Mormon-approved burger, and this just in.
What?
The new Secret Boner Burger with pepper jack, candied bacon, and Chipotle Ranch. It's the thing that dreams are made of. Fat Jack's, West Temple, Second South.
All right. I'll have to go try that. Well, it was not really much of a contest. Child labor is pretty bad. And they got almost 100 votes. But they couldn't beat Tucker Carlson.
No.
Number 3, 145 votes. Tucker Carlson, the boner of the day.
That's now Boner candidate number 3 for Boner of the Week, which Dave the Flower Guy will come in on Friday, and he will say, this one is the worst. And we will say, yes, Dave, you are correct.
Even if we don't agree.
Yeah. We might not agree on things right now, and you can call right now and call us on it. We're gonna do
Hello, yeah, what?
We're gonna do a hello, yeah, what?
Oh, just whatever you want to talk about.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to ask us, anything you'd like to promote, anything you would like to. Why don't you? This is your chance to say, I can't stand it when you guys.
Yeah, complain
You
about
can
it.
complain. You can whatever you want to do. 877-602-9696. That's the number to call. It's hello, yeah, what?
Hello,
Speaking of complaining, I'll start with this because somebody texted in a complaint. They didn't like my comment about people at the border that we should just let them in because we have jobs that need filling.
Mm-hmm.
It's absolutely true. Let's see, March 8th, the Labor Department reported that there are 1.9 job openings for every available worker. There are more jobs than workers.
So almost double.
And this person texted in, he's like, so you just want illegals to... No, why can't we make it easier for people to legally come into the country and work?
Here's the best way. Here's the best way to control the border. The very best way. You say you have a lot of people working there, and you say, "Oh, you'd like to come into the country?
Yep.
And work?
Yep.
Here's your temporary visa.
Yep.
Yeah.
You have to check in with us every so often. You have to pay taxes." And if you don't check in with us and you don't pay taxes, or we don't see that you're working, we'll come and find you and throw your ass out of the country.
Let me add to that. I heard a story the other day on NPR about it focused mainly on a landscaping company in Texas, and there are work visas available through legal work visas available through the government, and they release a certain amount every year. And your company can say, hey, we would like some of those work visas so we can staff our landscaping business or our construction business or whatever it is. And they interviewed people that got the visas, and they said, this works great. I come here 6 months a year. I do landscaping. I do construction. I'm here legally. I send money back to my family. It works out great.
They're not hurting anybody.
No, and these companies are like, we have the work. Give us more visa. I mean, why is this so hard? I really don't understand. I really don't.
Well,
If it's a company that's saying that, if you're coming to the border, like Bill said, and you said, I'm going to go work for Four Seasons Landscaping for 6 months in Houston. Great. Here's your stamp. You come back in 6 months. You pay your taxes. Who would be against that?
Lots of people.
A lot, yeah.
Apparently.
Unfortunately,
what is it that they're against?
I don't know. Why don't you keep asking that question, because you will not get an answer.
It's just one of those things that must go.
I guess.
877-602-9696. Somebody on line one wants to. Hello, yeah, what? So let's do that.
Hello, Tanya.
Tanya.
Hi. Good morning,
Good morning.
guys.
Hi.
Thanks for letting me listen.
Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome.
Yes. Hey, so I don't know if you heard the news blurb. I think it was over the weekend. They were saying Gold Medal flour is doing a recall
No,
because
I didn't hear that.
it's been contaminated with salmonella. And I wonder, how does an amoeba live in a bag of flour?
I don't know.
It can, though.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Because I was thinking about it, and it's like, well, wait a minute. So would it be on the equipment, and then it could get into the flour? And I'm thinking, well, an amoeba it's like got a cell wall, and it's got liquid in it. How is it going to survive in a bag of flour? And even if it was there, how could it infect a human being?
You know what?
Salmonella is...
I think only God knows the answer to this question. I think it's...
Well, it's certainly fun to think about.
I think you ought to say, hello, God, it's me, Tanya. I have a question. I have a question about salmonella in flour.
And maybe I can make a movie about it.
Yeah,
right
you
at
could
the
maybe
same
do
time,
that.
like Margaret.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't know.
So this is one of the reasons they tell you not to eat raw cookie dough.
Yeah.
Is because this is
it's
a common...
not the raw egg, it's the raw flour that they're worried about.
It's a common thing that there can be salmonella in flour. Now, once you cook it, it kills it.
Yeah.
But in raw flour, it can.
You know, Tanya, I suppose that these, if they just are inert, I guess.
Maybe.
And then when you eat them, when you eat it, it activates it. You know,
possibly.
They go, oh, there's some moisture there. Let's do nasty salmonella stuff.
So in other words, salmonella can resurrect from the dead after being in a dry bag of flour.
Zombie creature.
They're just like them little brine shrimp.
Well, that's it, you guys. That makes perfect sense. That must be
There you
it.
go. All right, Tanya. Thank you.
Tanya.
Hey, thanks, guys.
You see, that's hello, yeah, what in a nutshell right there. Stupid speculation about things we know nothing about.
If a movie is created for that, it needs to be like Osmosis Jones, if anybody remembers what that is.
I know the title.
It was a wonderful, terribly gross movie about the inside of a human body.
877-602-9696. You see, Tanya had the courage to call us, and you should too. It's hello, yeah, what? It doesn't.
Hello, yeah, what?
See, it doesn't work unless you call, though. So if you don't call, then we won't do it.
And you're right, Texter. Cookie dough does taste much better. It's true.
It does.
I love
yeah,
raw cookie
I'm all
dough.
for it.
And I'm pretty fond of raw flour.
Just
a spoonful of flour.
You don't cough it up and
No,
choke on it?
No. A couple of spoonfuls of flour almost every morning.
Does it keep the doctor away? Or does it take you there more?
I don't know about that. I just know I like it. Fills me up. Yeah.
Lovely.
It's just very filling. It's like eating cement.
Let's see. Another texter says, I'm pretty sure salmonella is bacteria, not an
I believe
amoeba.
so, too.
Yeah, so that.
Our listeners are smart.
What's the difference between an amoeba and a bacteria?
I don't know.
Well, neither.
Are you going to make me look that up, too?
Sure. Why don't you do that?
Another texter says, for the last 100+ years, people have been saying that immigrants will take the jobs from hard-working Americans.
Not so.
No. People don't realize that immigrants aren't taking jobs from working Americans. They're taking jobs that Americans won't take.
Or there aren't enough of us to take.
Or there aren't enough of us to take. Yeah.
Let's go to, come on, get him on hold. Peter, line 1, Peter.
Are you there?
Hi, Peter.
Hello,
yes, good morning.
what?
Yeah.
Yes, good morning.
Hi, what's your question?
Does Tucker Carlson actually believe the things that he is saying?
Yes.
Or is it just stick?
No, because the
Is he
thing
giving
that...
the people what they want?
No, because the thing that... turn down his phone just a little. The thing that he won the boner for today was a private text message.
Yeah.
That wasn't on
that
TV
wasn't
doing a
supposed to be-
shtick. That's how he really feels.
That was not supposed to be. Yeah. And there were some other messages, text messages, where he's calling the wife of one of his coworkers yummy. She's yummy.
Gross.
Yeah, no, he believes it, and then he knows how to amplify it when he's on the
He's
on
a
the TV.
racist.
Yeah. All right.
I mean, I see the crazy stories he's got.
Yep.
But okay, he's a jerk.
There you go.
Private.
All right.
Easy enough.
Yep. See you later, Peter.
Thanks.
I know you wonder that sometimes.
And our chat room is always so smart. Guy in the chat room says that salmonella is one hell of a resilient bacteria group. It will adapt to and tolerate whatever stress it's exposed to. If that stress is dry conditions, as in the case with flour manufacturing, the strain will quickly learn how to thrive in it.
There you go. 877-602-9696. Do we have a little more time here?
Let's take a quick break, but we'll be right back
All right.
at it. So.
Sam, hang on. There's a couple of lines open. 877-602-9696. Sam, you got about 4 minutes, and then we'll get to you, okay?
Traffic, Gina.
Well, there's that bulldozer that Bill was talking about. It's tackling the mud and rock slide in Little Cottonwood Canyon. It's 4 feet deep and 100 feet wide. That canyon's going to be closed for several days while they try to tackle that. But if you're tackling the road right now, you should be doing well. I've got no accidents to tell you about. Nothing going on. It's a smooth commute. If you see something that's not smooth, you can text us 33986. Excel Automotive Repair, commuter vehicle repair specialist, Asian and small domestic vehicles, dealership quality service at independent shop rates, located at 33rd South 290 East. To make an appointment, go to excelautomotiverepair.com.
All right, we're going to take a break, and then we'll be back with more Hello, Yeah, What? And then right after that, it's going to be Beat Gina. But just before then, the Wasatch Reptile Expo is happening this weekend.
It's really cool to go to the Wasatch Reptile Expo.
You've been there before, haven't you?
I have been several
You
times.
purchased a critter there, didn't you?
Yeah, Triantula.
I want a frog.
Well, go there. They have all kinds. They have these cool little geckos that just sort of hang on trees, limbs.
I'm thinking about it.
They're really cool. Wasatch Reptile Expo at the Utah State Fairgrounds. You can get tickets and more information at wasatchreptileexpo.com. There are thousands of reptiles, amphibians. They got your snakes. They got your speeders. They got all kinds of creatures there. Some creatures you go, huh, I had no idea that thing existed.
Like a whip scorpion.
Yeah, there you go.
It's Saturday, May 6th from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and Sunday, May 7th from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Admission is only $10 for adults. Kids under 4 are free. 4 and under are free. The Wasatch Reptile Expo has fun for the whole family. We can guarantee it. Go to Wasatch Reptile Expo for more. Gina's back. So anyway, so anyway,
Carrie walked in and he said, "You're walking like some of your."
You're walking like somebody who had their guts ripped out.
You're walking like your insides are all wrong.
You know, because she was doing this.
Yeah.
And I started to tell Carrie, and then I said, "Wait, I'll tell you on the radio." What you should never do is go on message boards about surgery.
You should never go on message boards about anything. I don't care if it's the Incredible Hulk or surgery.
Well, you
just don't.
You know what you should do?
Yeah.
But you're curious, you want to hear what other people's experiences are and what their recovery is, and
what happened?
And well, before the surgery, I went on a message board, and somebody was asking the question, well, what fills in the hole where they take out what they take out? And
there's a hole there.
Well, the response was.
Well, now
the response was
the uterus is what we're talking about.
Yes.
And Gina's uterus weighed 43 pounds, which is
amazing.
It was the size of a medicine ball.
It was prize winning.
I'm a size 2 now because but they remove it, and the way the person in the message board explained it is, well, it's pictured just having a big bowl of spaghetti and just taking a big scoop out of the bowl of spaghetti. It just kind of fills in where the hole is.
But that just takes a second.
Like spaghetti.
Kind of goopy.
You just watch the spaghetti fill in. It just takes a second.
Like biscotti.
So this is what I'm picturing my insides are like, a big bowl
Is
of
biscotti. Well, they're very much like that. You know, surgeons train on spaghetti. Yeah, you didn't know that?
They do meatball.
They do. Delicious marinara sauce.
That's why there's so many fat doctors.
And then they all have lunch. Well, we've trained on the spaghetti. Let's eat it.
Yeah.
This is what I'm picturing when they're wheeling me into surgery.
And you know what they did with your uterus?
Lunch.
Yeah.
Spaghetti.
There's lunch. Who brought the marinara?
And so also on the message board you look at what's recovery like for this.
Well, I'm sure it's different for everyone.
Exactly.
And
I'm sure it's speedy and efficient.
It's different for everyone, but the worst one will be
on the message
what
board.
Gina has.
Well, I mean, it can't be the worst because I'm back to work now.
There will be people. There have to be people on the message boards who say, "Oh, I was cleaning my house 3 days later."
Yeah, there's that.
Why I ran a marathon.
Right. and then there's it's been 3 months and I still feel like crap, and usually the truth is somewhere in between.
Can we use the term vaginal prolapse in any?
I don't know.
Is that do we need to use that term?
We shouldn't.
Somebody's posted it. I don't think we
That's
should.
the thing that happens to the women that have 15 babies.
Oh.
And the
That doesn't
uterus climbs out on its own.
That ain't no damn good.
That's what that is.
That's where that needs to be fixed.
But it's nice to be back. I missed you guys.
And it is time to continue.
Hello, yeah, what?
Sam's been hanging on for a long time there on line 2. Let's go to Sam.
Sam?
Hello, Sam.
Hey, thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah, where are you, Sam? Where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Salt Lake City.
Okay. What have you got for us?
Well, I heard you talking about, flour and cookie dough, but back when my wife was pregnant, she really wanted cookie dough, and I wasn't going to make it for her and just let her eat it raw.
Mm-hmm.
Raw. So a couple days later in the mail, all of a sudden, here comes edible cookie dough.
It does
It had the
exist.
strangest flavors.
It doesn't taste as.
It's not
not the same.
It's not quite the same.
It's a different
Yeah, it's not the
consistency
same.
too.
Well, what do they?
Yes, very
what,
true.
what do they do? Irradiate it or something? No, I'm serious.
No, they make
Well,
it
it said,
without
like-
eggs.
Yeah.
And they
Yeah, there you go.
And they do something to the flour.
I think it's
they heat it.
I think it's pre-baked flour.
They
or something
heat
like
it
that.
up,
Yeah.
and yeah, but it just doesn't quite. I know there are lots of different versions of the edible cookie dough, but it just isn't.
It's not
quite
the same.
good
It's
enough.
just not the same.
Okay, it isn't the same. But you want to get sick? Get sick.
No, I don't want to get sick.
Well, I've lived 28 years of my life eating raw cookie dough.
You haven't got salmonella once.
Knock on wood right
that
here.
she knows of. All right, Sam. Anything else?
No, that's all.
Okay, get out of here.
Thanks so much.
Thanks, Sam.
Go
let's
to
see.
Liz.
Liz. Hi, Liz.
Hi, Lords and ladies. Thanks for letting me listen.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, I've been gone for about a year, and I came back, and I noticed you play a lot more music than you used to, and
In
it's
the-
not really my kind of.
In the morning show.
So I'm just
yeah.
complaining if you play too much music.
Well, we play one song an hour. Is that really too much?
Oh, is that all it is? Okay,
Yeah.
maybe that's not too much.
It seems like more.
Just one song.
It
an
seems
hour.
like more.
It seems like more.
Well, we
huh?
used to play zero music.
Yeah,
so
just one song.
Right.
It's a lot more than zero.
It is.
Right.
Um,
You're right. It's a lot more than zero.
Don't you feel foolish now?
Now I do feel kind of foolish.
Yes.
But you guys get me up every morning and get me working, so thank you very much.
Where have you been, Liz? Where have you been, and why are you back?
I'm on the university campus. I work for landscape maintenance here on the campus,
Mhm.
and I got really sick for a while, and they figured out what it was, and then I had to have major surgery. So
But
I
you're
was
back.
out for.
Oh, I see.
But I'm back. So
Glad
much
to
better
hear-
than I have found.
Glad to hear
Good.
you're
surgery
okay.
work.
Good.
Yep,
Good.
yep.
All right, Liz. Thanks
So
for.
okay, so I guess I feel foolish now.
No,
Thank you.
No, you're fine.
You're fine. You're just fine, Liz.
Thanks for finding us
Oh,
again,
I know.
Liz.
I'm just fine.
All
You
right.
bet. Everything is just fine.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Goodbye.
Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Get out of here. Let's see who we got now. Karen.
Karen's back.
Karen, you already talked to us once today.
I know it's a long drive. I'm bored.
She needs something to do while she's driving.
All right.
Wendover to Salt Lake is a long drive.
I'm only even with Grantsville right now, so.
Oh, you've already passed the tree of life.
Oh yeah. I passed that a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, what else do you have for us, Karen?
I just had to say that I agree with you, Gina, on the immigration thing and the jobs. And if that makes me liberal or woke, oh well, so be it. Do I care if anybody likes my ideas? No.
I thought we already knew this.
I'm glad with you. I'm with you on that too, Karen.
All right, Karen.
We're of a like mind.
And I'm very willing to call them stupid if I think they are. I have no problem with that.
Let me answer, Karen. Let me answer Gina's question though about she keeps asking why.
I don't understand.
Oh well, here's what you need to understand is that there are plenty of companies in this country who are employing people who are illegal because they don't want that to change because they don't have to pay them insurance and they'll work cheap and they'll work hard and they don't really want the status quo to change. That's why. That has a lot to do with it. All right. Thank you, Karen.
Have a good one.
Goodbye. Get out of here. Jeez. We got Sierra.
Sierra.
Hi, Sierra. What's up?
Hi. Thanks for letting me listen. Good morning.
It's our pleasure.
So long-time listener here,
Mhm.
which since kindergarten.
Mhm.
I'm Katie's age too.
Hey, yeah.
And then so in 2008, mid-emo phase, it was Warped Tour, and I was 14, and I was not allowed to go to concerts until I was 16.
Oh, wow.
So I lied to my parents, and we all said we were going to Lagoon, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I guess my dad was driving with my sister, and he heard Bill announce, "Hi, we're live at Warped Tour." And my dad went home, and I left my Lagoon pass on the fridge.
Oh, no.
So he called me. He was like, "So how's Lagoon?"
He figured it out.
And I was grounded for a month.
Oh,
yeah.
So it's kind of my fault, huh? Is that what you're saying, Sierra?
Yeah, but
you're
he let
blaming
me
it on
stay.
Oh, he did. Well, that's good.
You couldn't
Yes,
go to
I
a
am, so
concert
it's
until you were 16?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes,
My,
but they slept at 9, so.
my dad took me to my first concert when I was 5 years old. It was Britney Spears at the Delta Center.
Yeah.
And it was amazing.
That is amazing.
Yeah, but I'll bet
I'm jealous.
I'll bet Sierra turned out to be a much better person than you
Maybe.
because she had
not at all.
She
No?
had some restrictions.
Maybe we're the same.
All right.
We had emo
Yeah.
phases at the same time. We're alike.
Yes, we did. It's not, and I also go to EDM shows, so.
See? We turned out just alike. We
Yeah,
could be best friends.
Says you.
And
right.
I have a lot of Sierras in my life. Thanks, Sierra.
Is that it, Sierra?
Thanks, Sierra.
Thanks. Yes, that's all. Take care.
All right,
Bye.
get out of here. Who we got? Micah.
Micah.
Micah, what's up?
Good morning, lords and ladies.
Good morning.
I love listening to all of you.
Thank
It's
you.
so fun to be. Yeah, it's so fun to be back. I've bounced around the country a little bit,
Mhm.
and listening live is just extra special. But I was part of some of that tech layoff in December and got a new job. My commute is way too short.
Yeah.
So I listen at work and get the side-eye from some Utah peeps. It's hilarious.
Well, at least they allow you to listen.
Yeah, some people aren't allowed to. And you can podcast us later if you don't catch the whole thing.
Yeah, I definitely do that quite often. But, man, I just love y'all. It's so great to be
Well,
here. and
thanks.
Micah,
X96 for life.
Micah, isn't it pretty funny though when you're listening to something at work and you've got your headset on probably and you're listening and then you hear something that you think is funny and you start laughing and the people around you go, "What are you laughing at?"
Or they just think this guy's crazy.
Yeah, the ghost laugh that pops up, and I have to be like, "Oh, I can't believe they're building another temple," and just move on.
All right. Well, Micah, I'm glad you're with us.
Thanks, Micah.
Thanks for calling.
Thank you, guys. We'll see you.
Get out of here.
Why are you telling everyone to get out of here?
I don't know. I just kind of like it now. Hey, Gina,
Yeah.
get out of here.
Bye.
Yeah, I shouldn't say that to Gina because she'll go.
Oh, no, I was going to say, we need her.
She'll just go.
So don't let her leave quite yet.
Well, thank you for the hello. Yeah, do we have any other text?
If you can get them on, I was going to say, we have one more caller. If we can get them on hold really
If we
fast.
could go fast, we could get it.
I have a text that says, "Me too, Katie." I'm not exactly sure what that means, but yeah.
Yeah, somebody says, I agree with Katie. The edible cookie dough is not the same. I've been eating it for 30 years.
Yeah.
No salmonella there.
Yeah, knock on wood just in case, but
Katie, about your hair.
My
getting
hair.
Caught in your glasses.
yeah.
Is there no way you can arrange your hair so that it doesn't get caught in the frame?
If I pull it up
Well,
completely, I
then-
mean, otherwise it's...
Well, then why don't you
Then
do
she
that?
can't have the artful little PC side.
I feel like I have a rounder face, and so the framing of the hair makes me look a little bit slimmer and nicer.
Well, try it.
And I also feel like I have a giant forehead, so pulling my hair up makes it even bigger in
you
my
have
eyes.
you have a prominent forehead.
Yeah, I
you
know,
do.
and
But that's fine. Just for because you're complaining that it's pulling all your hair
Mhm.
out. You don't like that.
I mean, even if my hair's up at this point, I have short bangs because of it that they still get clipped in it because I have flyaways and stuff.
Bill's
so.
just trying to find solutions.
Just trying to,
I appreciate it. I really do. I am going to get new glasses soon. I have an eye appointment.
I
We're
am
gonna
a hammer
change
looking
these.
for a nail. And right now you're the nail.
That's okay.
All right.
Well,
All right.
that was.
Hello, yeah, what?
Sure
Thank you
was.
for participating. Gina, traffic?
Yeah, a friend of the program says, why don't you ever talk about the 201 freeway coming from 80th West in the morning? I just go by what UDOT is giving me, and if you're seeing something out there, please let me know. I'll pass it along. This friend of the program says, bad accident westbound 54 south at Cougar Lane in Kearns. Only one lane open. See, that's helpful.
I don't recall when the last time you talked about Cougar Lane.
I'm as good as the information I'm given, so give me information. Also crashed southbound I-15, 90th south in Salt Lake. The left shoulder is affected there. And don't forget, Little Cottonwood Canyon closed for the foreseeable future due to that mudslide. They're working on it, but it's huge. Yeah, text us if you see something, please. I will talk about it. 33986. The Wasatch Reptile Expo is May 6th and 7th at the Utah State Fair Park. Check out thousands of reptile and amphibians. Admission is only $10. Kids 4 and under are free. Get your tickets and more at wasatchreptileexpo.com.
All right, coming up just after these messages and a song, we've got Beat Gina.
You need to call in if you would like to beat me at Potpourri Trivia, 877-602-9696. The prize for Beat Gina is, it's a huge prize. Kilby Court Block Party tickets. They're coming to the Utah State Fair Park May 12th through the 14th. All kinds of household names, The Strokes, Pavement, Yeah Yeah Yeahs, Run the Jewels, and more. It's a 3-day festival. Big prize for Beat Gina, 877-602-9696.
We're not going to play another song, are we?
We play one an hour.
Good. Why are we playing so much? Oh, man.
Well, how about you guys tell me about Utah Advocates?
The Advocates,
Or I
if you get in, why don't you tell us about it? You've used their services
I
twice.
did. I got in 2 car accidents. I was rear-ended, and I called them instantly, and all the weight was off my shoulders. I didn't deal with anything. I just got better, and then they got me a settlement.
And I, yesterday, told my husband about this thing that I'm going to absolutely take advantage of. The Advocates on Friday, May 19th at their Murray office. They've got their 2nd annual Bikes or Bust event. If you have old bikes during spring cleaning, we have like 3 bikes at our house that our kids have outgrown. I'm going to bring them to the Advocates on Friday, May 19th. They're collecting bikes for the Bicycle Collective. They'll repair the bikes, donate them back to the community.
Yeah, if you want to find out where to take them, just go to utahodvocates.com, or you could call them, 801-355-5550. That's the number you could use if you've been in an accident, or if you want to find out where to take the bicycles, you can use that number. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 801-355-5550. You deserve an advocate.
Utah Talk.
This trip I took out to Irvine over our 4th of July holiday.
Irvine, California.
Yes, to see my nieces. And I got to do stuff. I got to introduce them to things that blew their minds, that they had not been introduced yet.
Like
dipping French fries in a shake.
Oh.
They'd never done that before.
Okay.
Taught them to smoke.
And they were like, ooh, look at that. And then by the end of the meal, it was like, can I put my grilled cheese in there? I don't know. Go ahead and try it.
Science experiment.
Ooh, what we learned is that if you dip anything in melted ice cream, it's delicious.
Right.
Sure. So that was that lesson. And then we introduced them to the movie The Princess Bride.
How old are they?
The oldest one is 8.
That's good, yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then the youngest one is like 5.
It's like the perfect age.
Might go a little over the 5-year-old.
Yeah, the 5-year-old, although she was fascinated by it. Although there was one point where she did run out of the room, and that's when Wesley's put in the machine that sucks his life out of him.
That's terrifying.
That is terrifying. She ran out of the room. The youngest one ran out of the room, and the oldest one was like, no.
You know, when I saw that movie in my 20s, I ran out of the room.
But they were kind of jaded about it before we started the movie.
Why?
Like, oh, what do you? We've never heard of this movie. We don't know.
Right.
So we started up, and they're like, whatever. And then they started getting into it. Really started getting into it, and you could tell because there was the point in the movie where it's a dream sequence kind of a thing. It's like a fake out where you believe that Prince Humperdinck marries Buttercup. I present to you my new bride, Buttercup, and she comes out, and that's when the oldest girl stood up and went, no, she doesn't marry him. She marries Wesley. Now, you remember in the movie at that point, Fred Savage does the same thing to his grandpa who's reading him the book.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
No, you're reading it wrong, Grandpa. At the exact same time, they both did that.
It's been a while since I've seen the movie. That's towards the end-ish?
Toward the beginning.
Right?
Toward the
Is
beginning,
it?
yeah.
Okay. So.
And so it was fascinating to watch them because then we had to stop it halfway through to go to supper. Had to go to dinner.
Okay.
And they were very upset. Because they're like, well, then what happens? We're at dinner,
You have to wait.
And what happens is, well, you have to wait. And then they began, another thing I taught them is, if you watch the movie, your questions are usually answered. That was the other thing that they learned because I'm like, they were, well, now where is this? And, well, if you wait, the guy will tell you
Yeah.
the answer to your question.
Uh-huh.
He will tell you the answer to your question. And sure enough, so by the end of the movie, I mean, after we got back from dinner, toward the end of the movie, they were quiet. They were just laser focused on the screen, and they loved this movie.
Yeah, I was just looking at the cast here,
Mm-hmm.
and it's interesting. Robin Wright, the princess.
Mm-hmm.
She's just so beautiful in a very pure, simple
Yes.
way. You know,
It's
and
it's
what
perfect
happened?
casting.
What happened to her?
Did you see her in Wonder Woman?
No.
She was in Wonder Woman.
No,
She
I
was one of the Amazonian warriors.
You know, all I've been seeing.
And she still looks great.
All I have her in my mind is from Game of House of Cards.
House of Cards.
House of Cards, and she's just a ice cold bitch in that.
Well, I'm glad you're teaching them about the questions thing early, because I know people who are well into their adulthood who still, to this day, will point at a movie and be like, "What? Why is this happening? Is he the bad guy?" And we're 5 minutes in. Do you want to know every single answer to this thing already? It's such a pet peeve of mine.
Princess Bride, of course, is really, it's the whole movie is powered by Mandy Patinkin as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, absolutely.
My
But
name is Inigo Montoya.
The biggest laugh though that they got was this one.
Knowledge.
That was that got them.
Yeah.
They just laughed out loud when
Christopher Guest.
No, it's Peter Cook, and he's in this big.
Oh yeah,
you know,
yeah,
like
yeah.
he looks like the Pope. You know, he's got all the ceremonial and the hats and
Yeah.
everything, and
Yeah.
he's very
Well,
commanding looking.
His character is called, I'm just looking at the cast list here, Peter Cook adds, the impressive clergyman.
Exactly, and it's, there's the organ and da-da-da, and he turns around slowly and has a very, not a stern look, but a very serious look, and then the first thing he says is,
Knowledge.
and it just killed him. Just killed him. They died.
Oh, I forgot Billy Crystal, too, yeah.
Oh, they love that part, too.
Yeah, it's great. The whole movie is just, Mandy Patinkin's coming to town, by the way.
Oh, that's right.
I've got to get tickets.
Mhm.
I saw him live on stage at the Capitol Theater some years ago. He sings show tunes and does really nice, funny patter and talks about the Princess Bride a little bit. He's just wildly entertaining. Man, he's good.
Well, I remember we were telling him about the movie. I said, this movie, I think you'll like it. It's got giants, it's got pirates, it's got, sword fights, it's got rodents of unusual size, it's got all of these things. He said, well, we've seen that cartoon. It's not a cartoon. You have not seen this. This is, and I think that's what blew them away, is that it was live action. It wasn't a cartoon.
Yeah.
Probably added to it. But, the movie still holds up.
Yep.
Carrie Elwest's book, As You Wish, about being the impossible movie to make, is apparently a good book, and cute stories about Andre the Giant.
Oh, yeah. Hey, see, now I've got the cast list here, and he's not in it.
Andre the Giant?
Yeah. I don't know why.
He's
in The Princess Bride?
Yeah. He's not on the cast list. I know he's in the movie.
I was going to say, he should be. He's a major role.
Oh, there he is. They've got his full name, and so I didn't. Andre Rene Rousimo.
Oh, that's
Rousimo.
Not his professional name, Andre the Giant.
And if you're looking at the same Google search cast list as I am, everybody has like a nice profile view of their face, except for Andre the Giant. It's a photo of him standing next to somebody much, much smaller.
Frame of reference. All right.
The Cure, Close to Me, 8:21, and it's time for Beat Gina, sponsored.
Yeah, brought to you by Christopher's Prime Steakhouse. If you love your mom, say thank you for putting up with your BS with Mother's Day Brunch, May 14th. Reserve your table at christophersut.com, located at 110 West Broadway.
And if you love your mother, run and turn off the radio now before she has to hear any of Beat Gina. It's the Mother's Day game show. I'm your announcer, Johnny Ola, and Mom wants to know, who's been drinking all the sugar-free Diet Right Cola? Turns out, everybody. The teenagers are with it. Dad got the word. The whole happy family has discovered that Diet Right Cola is by far the best tasting cola of all. Better than the old-time favorites or their low-calorie options. No sugar at all. Less than 1 calorie per bottle. Just what your own family should be enjoying every single day. Since 1958, Diet Right has been the flavor leader amongst diet soft drinks. Diet Right Cola has the pure, crisp taste of a cola with 0 calories, 0 caffeine, and 0 sodium. Your quest for an authentic Diet Cola experience stops here with the refreshing taste of Diet Right, America's #1 low-calorie cola from the Royal Crown Cola Company.
Oh.
And now, filling in for the vacationing Carrie Jackson, she's a flavor leader among radio show producers. Katie for short.
Hey, guess
Hey,
what? Our loving intern Jay brought me a coin.
Oh,
I
so
have
we
an
can-
actual coin.
We can
Nicely
flip a
done.
coin to see who goes first.
All right, our lovely contestant Jim, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right,
Jim, you're playing for Kilby Court Block Party tickets. This is a whole weekend event, a 3-day festival, May 12th through the 14th, including household names like The Strokes, Pavement, the Yeah-Yeah-Yeahs, Run the Jewels, and so much more. Perhaps you will win these 3-day passes by beating me. For more information on that contest, ticket links, full lineup, all of that, you can go to x96.com.
All right, Jim, call it heads or tails.
Let's do tails, please.
Tails never fails, Gina.
Okay, you're one step closer to winning those block party tickets. You get to go first.
All right. Well, let's start with some Johnny Cash trivia.
Okay.
Oh, the man in black.
Which famous singer-songwriter appeared on the first episode of the Johnny Cash Show? Was it 1, Sid Vicious, 2, Bob Dylan, 3, Dr. Dre, or number 4, Charlene Darling of the Darling Family Band?
Boy, oh boy. I don't think he was into punk at the time, but I would say number 2.
Bob Dylan is correct.
There you are. Nicely
Wonderful.
done.
All right, Gina. That's 1 for Jim, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, Gina, some Shrek trivia.
Okay.
In Shrek 2, what is the name of the bar where we meet Puss in Boots?
Okay.
Number 1, The 9 Old Men.
Okay.
Number 2, The Poison Apple. Number 3, 10 Forward. Or number 4, The Drunken Clam.
I think it's the poison apple.
Correct, it is.
Okay, nicely done. You've tied the game, Gina. Now it's back to Jim.
All right, Jim, because your name is Jim, let's do some Jim Morrison trivia. Jim Morrison said he was what? The horse with no name? That was number 1. Number 2, the Lizard King. Number 3, the Walrus. Or number 4, the God of Hellfire.
I would say the Lizard King.
Correct.
You
Which
would be
was
correct.
weird. I don't
I don't
I am the
understand it
Lizard
either.
King. I can do anything.
My husband has him tattooed on his leg. I don't know.
Number 2 for Jim, and now the ball's in Gina's court.
All right, Gina. Let's go with some Ferris Bueller trivia. Why not?
Okay.
John Hughes designed Ferris Bueller's bedroom after what?
Okay.
Number 1, Charles Manson's childhood bedroom.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Number 2, a display room he saw at IKEA. Number 3, a childhood bedroom he never had. Or number 4, his own childhood bedroom.
A childhood bedroom he never had?
No, Jim.
Your chance to steal.
Oh boy, was maybe it was a room he wanted to have, or the last one.
No.
That was Gina's answer.
So you should say the room he had, Jim. Just say that.
Oh, the room he had then.
Correct. That's it.
Well, I
Oh,
don't
my
know about
goodness.
that. That means Jim won.
That does mean Jim won.
This is the most anticlimactic game I've ever presided over.
I desperately wanted to give
I'm dancing
Jim
right now.
Oh.
Kilby Court block party tickets. So.
All right. Have fun at the Kilby Court block party, Jim. I hope you do. It'll be great. And
You'll have fun there.
Both of us, I will.
Hang on the line, Jim. Dawson's going to get some information from me and get you those passes.
I've got to go have a diet, right?
All right.
Do they still make them?
Yes.
Oh.
Well, bye, Johnny. And
What do you
Gina,
mean?
we got some news. Is it sponsored?
Yeah, it's brought to you by Feldman's Deli, Utah's authentic Jewish deli. Expanded hours, now open Tuesday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 8:30 p.m. Breakfast till 10:30, lunch, dinner, live music Fridays and Saturdays. More information at feldmansdeli.com.
So there's a battle going on between the writers and the entertainment studios that may affect your television viewing. Members of the Western Guild, the Writers Guild of America, went on strike as of midnight Monday because they couldn't reach an agreement, a contract agreement with studios that the industry, as the industry shifts to more streaming, what's it going to do? How's it going to hurt your TV watching? Well, late night TV gets hit first. The comedy shows that you wrap up your day with. Some of you are probably Kimmel fans, some The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, some like Stephen Colbert, but they're just not going to happen. Saturday Night Live will not be on this week. It was supposed to be hosted by Pete Davidson, but
Yep.
it won't be there. And if past is precedent, you'll see reruns in place of those shows.
And this is bad news because one of the things that the media companies want to do is they want to hire writers, not have them on staff. They want to give them day work. Like, oh, we need someone to write some jokes for tonight's show. Well, see if you can get somebody instead of keeping them on staff and being salaried, which is terrible.
Will there be more reality TV? Well, maybe. The last writer's strike, that it led to a lot of reality TV shows coming on. Scripted comedies and dramas will be affected, not right away, but they will be. Many shows on both linear and streaming platforms work far enough ahead that new episodes are already written. I think that House of the Dragon, I think all of that has been
done
written
already.
So it won't affect that. The major change between the end of the strike in 2008 and now is the preponderance of streaming services. Hulu, Amazon Prime, Netflix, Disney, Peacock, all of that. With a multitude of shows and movies available, HBO Max is promising more new content with a relaunch as Max on May 23rd. We're going to go in guns a-blazing in terms of our product and platforms around the world, said Warner Brothers CEO David Zaslav.
And the writer's strike, this just doesn't affect writers when they shut this down. This is all the ancillary services.
The lighting guys and sound guys.
Yeah,
and
the
women,
craft services
women,
people.
costuming people, everything. Yeah, just all shut down. But I think you find that most of them are in support of the writers.
Yes.
Writer's strike. Gina, here's a new thing for you to worry about.
Great.
You've probably heard of Lyme disease.
I have.
Tick-borne illness that's known to infect people and dogs who spend too much time outside. But Lyme disease is only one of a number of tick-borne diseases that can infect humans. Cases of Lyme disease are rising in the United States, along with cases of babesiosis.
Oh, I don't know this. What is this?
Babesiosis. It's a tick-borne disease that tends to crop up in the spring and summer, according to Edouard Vanier, an infectious disease researcher at Tufts Medical Center in Massachusetts. There are 2,400 to 2,500 reported cases of babesiosis each year in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, what does it do to you exactly? Lyme disease is clearly more prevalent, but babesiosis is spread via the deer tick. It's an infectious disease caused by parasites that invade red blood cells. Specifically, the parasite that causes babesiosis in the U.S. is Babesia microti, and it's spread through deer tick bites. And it's similar to Lyme disease.
Just makes me tired?
It makes you very tired. You've got it, don't
I
you?
think I have it.
Yeah, I think you've got it. But it can have long-lasting
Yeah, Lyme disease
symptoms.
can hang out forever, so if it's similar, that's awful.
Yeah, it can fever, headache, chills, and sometimes nausea, and on and on and on. Telltale signs are just stay away from deers.
Okay.
Okay, just don't.
Good plan.
Yeah, it's a good plan in general. The police have arrested a suspect in the killing of 5 neighbors, including a 9-year-old boy in Texas last week. Francisco Oropesa was arrested in the small town of Cut and Shoot, about 40 miles north of Houston.
There's a town in Texas called Cut and Shoot.
Yep. San Jacinto County Sheriff Greg Capers said at a media briefing that the arrest came after somebody called the FBI hotline with a tip. Oropesa was found hiding in a closet underneath some dirty laundry. He's been taken to a local jail. So cut and shoot, I think, is pretty close to the border. And if he'd gotten across the border,
they never would have seen him.
Yeah, it would have been very hard to locate him after that. The state of Vermont on Tuesday became the first state in the country to change its medically assisted suicide law to allow terminally ill people from out of state to take advantage of it to end their lives. Republican Governor Phil Scott signed the bill that removes the residency requirement in the decades-old law. Last year, in a court settlement, Oregon agreed to stop enforcing the residency requirement of its law, allowing terminally ill people to receive lethal medication. It also agreed to ask the legislature to remove it from the law. And before Vermont removed its residency requirement on Tuesday, it had reached a settlement with a Connecticut woman who has terminal cancer to allow her to take advantage of its law, provided she complies with other aspects of it. So, in other words, you're going to have suicide by tourism, or suicide tourism, essentially. People who want to purposely end their lives.
But there's quite a process you have to go through to get approved for.
I mean, you have to prove that you are terminally ill. You can't just on a whim say, well,
I think I want to do this.
I think I'd like to
But
end my
this is
life.
good news for people that do want to take advantage of this, because in the past, not only are people dealing with that they're dying, but if they wanted to do this, they'd have to move there and live there for a time and establish residency.
But even at that, it's just like abortion. You shouldn't have to travel to do it.
No.
You shouldn't have to travel to get the services that you want.
Oh, speaking of abortion, you haven't done that story yet. There's been a stay.
It's right here.
Okay, great.
A judge has ruled in favor of Planned Parenthood's request to block Utah's latest anti-abortion law from going into effect. On Tuesday, 3rd District Court Judge Andrew Stone blocked the new law from being enforced. It would have stripped abortion clinics of their licenses and required all abortions in Utah to be performed in hospitals or medical clinics. The law would have gone into effect, today. Until about 45 minutes ago, we were preparing to call our patients and let them know that we were no longer going to be able to offer abortion services, said Sarah Stowe, who's the interim president and CEO of Planned Parenthood Association of Utah. The evidence clearly, in his ruling, Judge Stone noted a medical doctor's declaration that abortions are rarely performed in hospital settings, and that the impact of the state's law will drive most people seeking abortion out of the state or force them to remain pregnant and ultimately give birth against their will. The evidence clearly indicates that the threatened injury to the plaintiff and its patients outweighs whatever damage the state would suffer from if the clinic ban is allowed to go into effect rather than preserving the status quo, Judge Stone wrote. So how long that'll hold, I don't know. I guess it depends on how they'll take it to another court.
Yeah, but good news.
Some backyards are turning into swamps from flooding in northern Utah. In Marriott Slaterville, the Brodroro family's once green and grassy backyard is now a lake. Just a few days ago, it was all green, said Dan Budrero. I don't know as he talks like that, really.
I bet he doesn't.
Probably not.
It doesn't sound anything
He's
like
all green.
Oh.
Budrero is looking at fish in his backyard.
Wow, go to x96.com/live. There's a picture there of
Oh my gosh.
like an island where a barn is, and it looks like it's in the middle of a lake.
Yeah. And it says this all happened basically overnight. There are cows wading through the water. His children were playing soccer in the yard on Friday. By Tuesday, they were kayaking through the yard. If it stays like this, it's really not that big of a deal. It might ruin the crop, but it's not catastrophic, said Budrero. But if we get a rapid warm-up and it comes down in a hurry, this is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. You looking for a cereal shop here in Utah?
Always.
Well,
I know Carrie is.
There are three main ones. And it says, after all, any state that hosts the headquarters of both the TCBY yogurt chain, we were just talking about that yesterday,
Yep.
and Crumble Cookies, launched a national trend in dirty sodas, clearly has a thing for sugar.
We like our treats.
Unsurprisingly, Utah is catching on to another sweet treat. Cereal restaurants. Cereal has long been considered a quintessential American breakfast food. Thank you for letting us know that.
Or dinner. I have it for dinner sometimes.
Every so often.
Serious Eats, an award-winning food and drink website, credits cereal for changing the traditional ideal of what constitutes as breakfast, and traces the change to companies like Kellogg's, which now sells some of the nation's best-selling cereal brands, including Frosted Flakes, Fruit Loops, and Frosted Mini Wheats. But now you can go to Spilt Milk.
That's on 9th and 9th.
Spilled Milk and Ice Cream Cereal Bar. Yeah, it's 907 East, 9 South. You get, there are two locations. There's one inside the Vivint Arena, Delta Center.
Oh.
And there's coming soon to Daybreak and to South Jordan. So they're quite expanding. The 9th and 9th location, Spilled Milk, founders Marvin and Sarah Phillip. They started as a food truck. Now they have cereal and ice cream, which is a good combination.
And I think you can get like cereal mixed in, like a shake made out of.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cool.
Then there's Cereal Killers Kitchen.
Get it?
Cereal Killers Kitchen on 4th South, 310 East, 4th South. And then there is Stirrs.
I've been to Stirrs.
Where is that?
Stirrs is in Midvale.
This is for just straight cereal lovers.
It's amazing.
Nothing fancy, just lots of different cereals.
Cereals
like
from
you can
all
find
over.
Stuff you can't find other places.
Things from the UK and stuff like that you can't get here. They've got all
I
types
bet I
of
could
different
get
milks.
I bet I could get Weetabix there.
Maybe. I honestly don't remember. It is just walls.
How about
and
Loma
walls.
Linda Ruskets?
Why are you picking crappy
I don't
cereal?
know.
They're not crappy.
Well, remember, he likes, what is it, grape seeds?
Grape nuts.
Grape nuts, that
I like
one.
grape nuts. Yeah.
But Stirrs is great. It was really cool. You buy it by the bowl, and then you just refill until you're done.
A percentage of sales from Stirrs goes to their nonprofit Friends of Stirrs, which donates cereal, canned goods, and other perishable items to families in need in the community.
Well, that makes me feel better knowing I went there.
Now, wait, you just buy one, you pay for one bowl, and then...
Yeah, so you buy a bowl, and then it's basically unlimited refills, and then you can buy different sized bowls.
And try different kinds.
And then just try all the different kinds of cereals, and they have different kinds of milk. It was really cool, to be honest. I loved it.
We carry everything from Cheerios, Lucky Charms, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, ones that have been around forever, to holiday and movie-themed cereals, limited edition stuff as well.
They also have a really cool, greenhouse-style, sitting area that's, all glass. Ooh, sorry. It's really wonderful, actually. I liked it a lot.
They have international cereals from Europe, South America, Africa. The menu is simple. Unlimited bowls to try as many combos as possible.
Our chat room is on top of it. There's some guy put photos of what Stirrs looks like, and it is just walls of cereal. And it's awesome. If you like cereal like Carrie and I do, go there. Go to a cereal place.
Yeah, I like this idea though. You can get a half bowl for a half box.
Half bowl, probably.
It says box.
Oh, you might be able to get boxes then.
For $7.99.
Yeah.
Unlimited cereal for $9.99.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
I'm there.
Okay.
And it's got all the milks right there. Almond, soy, unsweetened, chocolate, vanilla, coconut, normal, whole, all of that kind of stuff.
All right, that's it.
All right, sports weather traffic?
What turd Jackson Mahomes got arrested?
Oh.
Patrick Mahomes' brother, who just is a gigantic embarrassment to that family.
He's a turd.
He's a turd. He's been arrested on suspicion of aggravated sexual battery. I think we had this the story back in February. There was some video of him at a restaurant kissing the owner of a restaurant against her will, and she was having none of it, and she's pressed charges. Well, he's been arrested, so...
You think he'll be deterred by it?
I don't know, because he is a turd. Green Bay Packers traded quarterback Aaron Rodgers to the New York Jets last month, immediately giving former BYU quarterback Zach Wilson a veteran mentor, opening the door for the former Utah State quarterback Jordan Love to take the top job with the Packers. And they are saying, you're our guy, and we like you so much, we're going to give you a $22 million contract to stick around here, and so Jordan Love. So watch him for the Packers. The NBA last night, the Lakers over the Warriors. LA leads the series 1-0. They won 117-112. Knicks over the Heat 111-105. Tonight you've got the 76ers and the Celtics playing at 6 o'clock. In the NHL, Seattle Kraken over the Dallas Stars 5-4. Seattle leads that series 1-0. And the Panthers over Bills Maple Leafs 4-2. Today, the New Jersey Devils and Carolina Hurricanes at 5, and the Oilers and the Golden Knights at 7:30. You've got a noontime game, or not noon, noontime game for the Bees today. You can go have lunch at the ballpark. It should be a nice day for it. 81 for a high today, and slight chance of thunderstorms tonight. Then we go into this pattern of we have a chance of showers just about every day from now through Sunday. Biggest chance look like it'll be Thursday into Friday. And we cool down quite a bit. We'll be back down in the 60s Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, it looks like.
Yay.
Traffic. We have a crash. Northbound I-15 7th South in Clearfield. The right lane and shoulder block. Traffic is backed up to Antelope Drive. Don't even think about Little Cottonwood Canyon for the foreseeable future. Huge mudslide came down 4 feet deep, 100 feet wide. They've got equipment in there. They're cleaning it up, but it is going to take a while to deal with that. Let's see. Crash south on I-15 Center Street, off-ramp in Utah County, off to the right shoulder. And let me see if our message stream, anybody sent in anything? Nope, but if you see something, you can always say something, 33986. May the 4th be with you is Thursday, May 4th. Visit Clark Planetarium to explore the science of Star Wars through simple scientific concepts while celebrating one of the most famous franchises in the world. All movies and dome shows are only $4. Plan your visit at clarkplanetarium.org.
All right, coming up just after a few messages, we've got Things That Must Go, and then after 9 o'clock, we've got Boner Recap, so stick around for all of that. KXRK Provo.
Do you need your wisdom teeth removed? JBR Clinical
Up Snuffy and Guffy. And let me just say this. What has happened, we look at the camera. What has happened to Snuffy and Guffy is a tragedy, all right?
They're still on, aren't
it's
they?
It's a crime, what is happening.
You know when they recast Bo and Luke Duke on the Dukes of Hazzard?
Same thing. It's exactly that.
It's exactly that.
I actually heard one.
Recently?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, they're still using it. They're still using the jingle, and and it's like imitations of our voices that we did.
Yeah.
It's a crime.
You only would have heard it if you listened to the Cocteau Twins.
It's a crime. What is happening with Snuffy and Guffy?
Man.
All right.
Well, it's time to do the
news.
news.
You can't do that.
I was never clear which one I was.
You were?
You're Guffy.
Guffy.
Carrie, Bill, Snuffy, Guffy. It's easy to remember.
So I was Guffy?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
It just never mattered. That's why I was unclear, because it didn't matter. There were no. They didn't have any clear character traits. They were just two hillbillies.
All right. Big Boy News, and it's a tragedy. I'm telling you, it's a crime. What is
Actually,
happening?
I guess they did have. So me, Guffy,
yes,
was the henpecked one, right? Wasn't I always the henpecked one in the commercials?
That was one of
Well,
his.
my wife says I can't.
Exactly.
I've got to go to Smith and Edwards and get myself a new belt. My pants keep falling off.
I'm looking to see. Oh.
What? You have
Do
some?
we run some Smith and Edwards
I was
in one of
wondering
our
if our
stations?
country station had that. But
No.
Nope.
Well, they're just 17 seconds, so I doubt they have the characters on them.
There's always something going on at Smith and Edward.
Oh, that's just Pete.
Well,
Pete would hate that I just said that.
That's just Pete.
You outed him.
You outed the
Carrie.
character.
Yeah.
All right. Big Boy News and Opinioendo now brought to you by
Smith and Edwards.
the Country Boy
Sure,
Store.
why not?
They got everything you want if they can find it.
Send him a bill.
We ought to send them a bill, and they'll pay us in Army surplus.
That's right, Snuffy. I mean,
I'm telling you right now, you listen to those ads. It is a crime what is happening.
Let's see if I can get.
I done nuts there for a minute, didn't I? All right.
Yes, we are 8:48. It is time for Things That Must Go. Is it sponsored?
Yeah, brought to you by Fat Jack's Burger Emporium, home of the Joseph Smith Fan Club Mormon-approved burger and the new Secret Boner Burger with pepper jack, candied bacon, and chipotle ranch. The thing that dreams are made of. Fat Jack's on West Temple and 2nd South.
Things that must go on the radio.
Yes, indeed. Things that must go. You send them to us, and we read them on the radio. And hopefully, these things that are bugging you will leave your life. At the very least, you'll feel better by getting it off your chest. If you have things that must go, send them to us. radiofromhell@x96.com. Put "must go," if you would please, in the subject line. I have one of my own. When you're eating pistachios, which I love, and you know how they're popped open a little bit, and the ones that are not popped open, the pistachios that have not popped, they're I just throw them away. But you know there's good pistachio meat in there, but they're too hard to crack.
They just need to bite them.
No, they're too hard. So that must go. If you've got to get them all popped. This one, let's see. It says people who have disabled parking placards because they take care of someone disabled and then use it when the disabled person isn't with them. Or is dead.
Or is dead.
Yes. Thank you for that one. Let's see. This one says, when you are too quick to get out of your car and you close the door before you've moved your slow butt out of the way, and inevitably it causes the pointy and most deadly part of the door to scrape against your shin. It takes just the top 2 layers of skin off and leaves you with a bruise on where your pant leg roughly rubs against your leg all day. Pointy car doors must go. And then finally, this one. I work at the Sandy Costco.
Okay.
And yesterday at work, a member, a customer, pooped on the floor while trying to make it to the bathroom.
What?
Human feces on the floor for all to see and smell. That must go.
Well,
you guys are the best.
Hell?
I just love pooped on the floor. That must go. You guys are the best.
Thanks.
Carrie?
Wow. I'm sorry. I'm baffled.
Somebody was obviously having a condition and couldn't make it.
Things that must go. People who keep saying to us, the liberal media, you see, prayed for rain. Yeah. Okay, now do poverty.
Yeah.
All right?
Pray to end war.
Let's try that one.
Childhood cancer.
Yeah,
How about
childhood.
that?
That's a good one. Pick that one. Pray for end of childhood cancer.
It worked for rain.
Get on that. Come on now. Let's see. Things that must go. I have to change my password every 3 months.
I hate that too, yeah.
For a work computer. Oh, I hate that.
Yeah.
Let's see. This one from Suzanne. Why in the freaking hell is Trump even talking about a running mate when he should be in prison? What is this moron going to prison? We've waited 2 years already. Sad to say, Suzanne, that the American society is impatient.
He should be talking about a cellmate rather than a running mate.
He's not going to go to prison. I've given up.
Let's see. This one from, it doesn't say I can use my name, and I can see why. Thing that must go, my fiancé cheating on me.
Oh,
I know it's related to their mental health struggles, but it still sucks. Please send vibes to get them to go back to therapy.
Oh.
Yes. Sorry. This one from, it does not say I can say, so. Toxic bosses must go. I have one who always claims he, as he points to the sky, he is on our side. How do you not laugh out loud when that happens? All right, Gina?
Have this one from friend of the program, Gregory. I'm not going to read your whole email here because it's long and it's pretty personal, but Gregory's dealing with his dad in the hospital, and his must-goes are related to how hard that is dealing with doctors and family and insurance.
Oh, I know.
All of that. So, Gregory, we've all been there, and we
Done it
feel
twice.
you.
That's too bad.
Let's see, this from Nick here in St. George. My thing that must go is getting my parking spot at Target snaked by people with rascal scooters. I mean, can't you just drive that right into the store? That and St. George drivers, I've driven all over the country, and St. George drivers are hands down the worst. Who knows that the second the light turns red, is it still okay for multiple cars to continue through the intersection? Let's see. Toxic, selfish, narcissistic family members who need to judge how I parent. You're 25, no kids, and can barely take care of yourselves. But because you took a psych class, you think you know better. Thank you for letting me listen. You all have a bright spot during a bad time, and I appreciate you all. And finally, this from our friend Librarian. Can you please make people stop ignoring posted parking lot speed limits? I'm so tired of people treating parking lots like racetracks. There are people walking, cars backing up, all kinds of reasons to slow the F down. I fear for my life and the lives of those around me every day. Oh, please, Lords of Morning Radio, make it go away.
Thank you.
Things that must go on the radio.
And obviously, that was a rerun, Katie.
An old
Carrie,
one.
Carrie's not here.
I grabbed the wrong one. That is my bad.
I thought maybe Carrie had just popped in for a second.
Yeah.
No?
From Hawaii really quick, and then he's back, and then he left. No, that was my bad, but it's still a things that must go. All right. 8:54, we got a tiny bit of time.
I was, sometimes you get recognized in the weirdest places.
Mm-hmm.
I was at the downtown liquor store yesterday. I left work at about 1.
Mm-hmm.
Went to just right down here on 2nd West.
Uh-huh.
And I go in.
That's not your normal liquor store. You usually go.
It's one of my normal liquor stores.
Do you make the round so it's not obvious you're going so often?
It just depends on where I am.
You don't go, oh, I went there last week.
Yeah.
I should really go to this one over here.
Last week. Yesterday. Anyway, I go in and I'm wearing a mask. And I'm just a quick grab. I know exactly what I want. I grab it. And I'm just paid for it. And this woman said, hey, can I get a picture? I look at what? Huh? Who? You. I love you. You're my favorite.
Oh.
Can I get a picture? And it's a self. Well, actually, she made the guy the checkout guy at the liquor store.
Oh, she
take
wanted
the
to be in
picture.
the picture. Yeah.
It was just weird. I'm wearing a mask.
That happened to me when I was buying my wedding dress, actually. I was walking out of the wedding store.
That's a much more wholesome story than I just told.
I mean, liquor stores, I want the alcohol, to be honest. But it's weird. It's interesting.
I mean, I just thought it was kind of strange.
Don't you know who you are, Bill?
She said, I'm just in town for a little while. I'm living in South Carolina now.
Oh, wow.
But I love you, and I love your sister's restaurant up in Ogden.
Oh, she's a fan all over the place.
What timing to run into you, at least, being here while she's in town.
I said, what are you doing? And she said, I'm helping the old man, that old man over there. And there was this really ancient guy with a cane with a big bottle of bourbon. And that's the old man. I take care of him. I was just in town checking on him.
There you go.
I wonder if people show up at liquor stores around town just hoping to run into Bill already.
And they were in
just walking the
Well,
aisles.
the chances are good.
Yeah, that's.
The nice thing about it too, she and the old man were in. They pulled up to the liquor store in a cab, a Ute.
Really?
Cab. Yeah. And that, as it turns out, she used to work for. She said, "When I lived here, I worked for the cab company."
Maybe she gets a deal.
So whoever was driving the cab was their friend. And,
nice.
The old man used to work for the cab company too.
See, I could see you doing that job.
A cab?
Working for no.
Because you like chatting with people.
Yeah, but not in a rearview mirror. I don't care
You
for.
like looking them in the eye.
Yeah, I don't care for.
I've had a couple listeners come find me at raves that I've been to. Like at Get Freak or Get Lucky, the last one that I went to. I had a listener come up and take a picture with me, and they were super excited to see me.
It's weird that when you get recognized when you're out of town, and somebody, like
That
you're
has happened
in
to
another
me.
state, and
Yeah.
somebody comes up to you. Or I remember you were in Portland. and
Yeah, that's right. I remember that story.
that's always kind of odd.
Well, we're going to take a break. We've got Boner Recap coming up. So if you want to win what?
We have George Michael Reborn tickets to give away. You do have to be 21 or older to win this prize.
So if you want to win those, call in right now, 877-602-9696 for the Boner Recap. We've got a couple of messages and a song coming up. But first, Prime IV Hydration.
Prime IV Hydration. Listen, go to their website. There are, I don't know how many locations. A lot of them along the Wasatch Front. Very convenient. Prime IV Hydration. IV therapy is, I should give you the website first, shouldn't I? PrimeIVHydration.com, and it'll list all of them. Look, if you're suffering from allergies or migraines, fatigue, dehydration, IV therapy is great. It gives you what you need directly into your bloodstream, and so you get the full effect. Prime IV has a drip for you. You sit with a health specialist. They assess what your health. You have to. There's a pretty extensive list of things that you fill out, like what kind of medications you take and all of that. And then they design an IV drip for you. So if you want to feel better, stay healthy, prevent illness, avoid high medical bills, try it. PrimeIVHydration.com. Find a location near you. Remember, mention that I sent you, and you'll get the X96 introductory offer of just $79.
We know that you don't.
I have a little, just a taste. Just
Is it sponsored?
No.
All right.
And now, a morsel of murder with Gina Barberi. Radio from Hell on X96.
Here's the headline. Teen suspect said she would have, quote, killed sooner if she knew she'd get McDonald's.
Well, who wouldn't?
Murder. A Pennsylvania teenager accused of fatally stabbing her disabled older sibling with a kitchen knife.
Wow.
Told a police officer, I Michael Myers'd my sister. Shortly after the grisly killing, according to testimony heard in a Pennsylvania court, Claire Miller, now 16, was 14 years old when prosecutors in Lancaster County say she repeatedly stabbed her sister Helen in the neck while her parents were sleeping. Helen, who has cerebral palsy, was found with a pillow over her face and a knife still in her neck when officers arrived. When the teen's lawyer introduced testimony from psychiatrists who said Claire had been suffering from hallucinations and psychosis at the time of the killing, the family said she showed no signs of distress.
Where does the McDonald's play in?
Yeah.
Well, Officer John Martin told the court that Claire Miller, the suspect, reacted jubilantly when police officers brought her fast food after they had arrested her, and quoted her as saying, "Ooh, McDonald's. I would have killed someone sooner if I knew I was going to get McDonald's."
And they say that's a confession?
I believe she has a problem of some sort.
He also said she spoke of her love of horror movies after hearing a notification on his phone that played the theme song from the 1978 slasher film Halloween.
Well, that's what did it.
She
Too many
was-
horror movies.
She was excited that the cop that arrested her had, he gets her, I guess.
Would her attorneys plead diminished mental capacity?
Well, psychiatrists have called that she was suffering from a major disorder, anxiety, psychosis. I mean, clearly she has trouble, but McDonald,
It's good.
Yeah, that was the notification on the cop's phone, and she's like, "Oh yeah, I Michael Myers my sister. Can I get some more McDonald's, please?"
Yeah. I wonder what they got her. I'll bet it was nuggets.
Probably nuggets.
Probably nuggets. Because you're safe, almost, because everybody likes nuggets. People have different choices of hamburger.
That's true.
But I think everybody will go for a nugget.
And nobody says no to a nugget, I don't think.
I don't even know. I haven't eaten a McDonald's hamburger in a long time. Do they? So they still have the Big Mac.
Of course. Yeah.
But what else do they have?
What do you mean? They got a quarter pounder?
Uh-huh. That's what I mean. What else do they have?
I don't think the menu's changed.
It's McDonald's. They don't do special
They got the
burgers.
McDLT?
Really?
Nope.
No, they haven't had that for
the hot side,
30
the
years.
cool side, cool.
I miss the McDLT.
How about the McRib?
That's a seasonal item.
What season?
The ribs hot dog season.
Hot dog season? McRib season?
So that's it? A quarter pounder and a Big Mac?
I mean, yeah.
And nuggets?
Yes.
And
murder.
And murder. I can do another very quick morsel of murder if you like.
Sure.
Does it involve fast food?
No. It involves a wealthy dentist.
It always does.
Accused of fatally shooting his wife in the heart with a shotgun at the end of an African safari. has been found guilty of murder and mail fraud.
Murder?
Larry Rudolph was charged in the death of his wife Bianca in Zambia, as well as mail fraud for cashing in a $4.8 million life insurance claim on what prosecutors describe as a premeditated crime. Now, Bill, you were just talking about life insurance.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know how much your family wants to cash in on you, but you got to be careful if you've got a nice fat life insurance policy.
Listen, I'm not going to be around that much longer anyway. They're,
So Rudolph maintained his innocence, but at the end of a safari in Zambia, he said, "My wife was a nervous traveler."
Yes.
And shot herself with a shotgun. So picture a shotgun.
Yeah.
Picture what she would have to do to,
that's not going to
in her heart.
In her heart.
that
That's not.
She shot herself while trying to pack in a hurry as they were preparing to return back to the United States.
She was packing her shotgun.
Yes. And she shot herself in the heart. No. That didn't.
I looked up the McDonald's menu.
Uh-huh.
They don't really have.
It's a limited menu.
They got crispy chicken sandwich.
Those are good. I
the
like
Big
those.
Mac, the quarter pounder with cheese, and the egg McMuffin, and it says a sausage burrito. But wait a minute, they still have the fish, don't they?
Oh, of course.
Fillet of fish.
The fillet
But
of fish.
But it's not here. It's not on this.
It's not on the menu.
Not on this
Should
one.
be.
Fillet of fish. So yeah, that's kind of weird there. I always thought there were more things you could get.
No, it's a very limited menu.
I want a Big Mac now.
You should get that for lunch.
I haven't had a Big Mac in ages.
I can eat we went to the mall one time, remember?
Mm-hmm.
And they were
They were having a sale. It was like 2 for $5.
Well, it was they had a special. It was like a double Big Mac.
Yeah.
And I said I could eat 3 of them.
Was this Dare food? Is that what you're
kind of.
talking about?
So we went over to the Crossroads Mall, and I did in fact eat 3. And it was double Big Macs.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of this special weird thing with like
It's like
4 patties.
4 all beef patties.
Yeah.
Special sauce,
And
lettuce, cheese, pickles, onions.
I ate 3 of them
on a sesame seed.
Yeah, that was not a good thing to do. I felt bad.
You can
afterwards.
just go there and have just a regular amount of food.
Well, I want 2. I can eat. Big Macs are they go down easy.
I haven't had one in ages.
Me either. I really want one now.
I haven't been.
You're craving one,
yes,
aren't you?
I am. I always liked them. I just haven't had one in a long time.
Soundgarden, Black Hole Sun. It's 9:07, and it is time for the Boner Recap.
Well, I guess it's the George Michael Reborn Boner Recap.
Yes, it is today.
Isn't it?
George Michael Reborn tickets are the prize for someone that can tell us who won the boner today. They're coming to the Commonwealth Room Saturday, May 6th And whoever this person is needs to be 21 or older.
And they need to be able to tell us, after I read the 3 boner candidates, which one of them was the winner. Who is it?
Zach, are you there?
I am.
Hi, Zach. Everything okay?
Hi. Everything's going great. How about you guys?
Let me check.
It's going. It's
Hang on,
going.
one sec. I need to take my pulse for 15 seconds.
Okay, and
it's good. It's good.
Oh, good.
So, Zach, I will read these boner candidates out to you, and then I'll ask you who won. And if you are correct, you will win the George Michael Reborn tickets on the George Michael Reborn Boner Recap. Here we go.
Perfect.
It is. Number 1, does a bare-chested vote count?
Yes.
That was the Wisconsin lawmaker who was caught voting shirtless on a Zoom call at the legislature in Minnesota. It was pretty stupid. It was a boner, for sure. Number 2, it's never too early to learn a good work ethic. This was discovered at a McDonald's in Kentucky, that 2 10-year-old kids were working the night shift there, working the fryer, working the drive-through window, working the cash register, all of that. 2 10-year-old kids.
And apparently this is a problem in several McDonald's in several states.
Yeah, Maryland and Kentucky and a couple of others, underage kids working at the McDonald's. And number 3, Tucker is not becoming a monster. Tucker is a monster. This is Tucker Carlson, and probably it was the private tweet that made Fox all of a sudden say text. Made Fox say, we better settle this lawsuit. If this comes out, it's going to be so bad. Well, it did come out. Tucker Carlson watching a video of some Proud Boys beating up a kid, saying, that's not fair. That's not the way white men fight.
And also saying, and as I was watching it, I was like, yeah.
Kill him.
Get him.
Yeah. So those are the 3 candidates, Zach. Who was the winner?
I don't care if I'm wrong. I just want to call Tucker Carlson a boner.
Well, you just did it, and you're right. So he indeed
won.
Aha!
It was a good guess.
Yes. There you go. You win the George Michael Reborn tickets, and somebody will tell you how to get a hold of those if you just hang on the line, Zach. And thanks a lot for being there, okay?
Thank you.
All right, get out of here.
That's your new thing.
Just get out of here.
I kind of like it.
Go on, get.
I kind of like it. Get. Scram. Yeah, beat it.
People are excited for these George Michael Reborn tickets.
They are.
I'm curious to hear what they sound like.
Yeah, whoever won these, Zach, if you won these tickets, obviously. Go to the concert. Tell us how it is.
Report
back.
Tell us what it's like.
What was it? The book report with 1,000 words, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I haven't. We talked to what's his name from the stateroom, Darren.
Mm-hmm.
And but I don't recall him mentioning this particular group, or person, or experience, or.
I don't know, but he gave me these tickets to give out, so.
They do.
There we go.
They do George Michael and the music of Wham.
Is it a bunch of people or 2 guys or?
It's a tribute artist. I'm looking at a picture. He's got the
It's one guy.
George Michael. I mean, it's a whole band,
Uh-huh.
but it's a. It looks like the Faith video,
Mm-hmm.
with the stubble and the sunglasses. And
I was not a huge fan of Wham, but that Faith album, I really liked that record.
This is not lip syncing. He performs and sounds, dances, looks just like him. So
sweet.
There were several hits on that record too, as I recall.
Oh yeah,
Father Figure.
Faith is a great.
Faith. I Want Your Sex. That was all on that same record, I think.
All right.
I don't know why I know that about George Michael.
I think you have a thing for George Michael.
No, I just like that record.
Gina, do you have some weather for us?
Sure. Let's see. I'll refresh this and tell you exactly what the temp is outside. You want to know that? It's 64, mostly sunny today.
Wow.
81 for a high expected today. 20% chance of thunderstorms tonight. And then we enter. Katie's going to go walk her dog at Tanner Park. Today's a good day to do that.
Yes.
For the next several days, we have a chance of showers anywhere from 20 to 60%, depending on the day. And it'll cool off quite a bit. We'll be only highs in the 60s Friday, Saturday, Sunday, it looks like.
Awesome. All right, we'll be back with some news and more coming up after this. KXRK Provo.
Here's what Kerry Jackson is doing when he's not on the air.
Captain's log, stardate 2233.1. I am all alone on the bridge of the Enterprise. Some sort of mysterious cosmic ray has vaporized my entire crew. I may be the only one left alive. Wait, who's there?
It's me, Captain.
Yeoman Rand. Yeoman Rand, thank God you're alive.
Yes, Captain, and I feel so safe knowing you're still here. You know I've always been attracted to you. Let's make love right here on the bridge.
Oh, come on, Sharon. You're not saying it like you mean it.
Carrie, I hate this game. Can't we just have sex like normal people?
Oh, come on, Sharon. You know that this is the only way I can get it up.
I hate this costume. This wig looks like a woven basket on my head, and the 2 folding chairs and a card table does not make the bridge of the Enterprise.
What?
Turn off the sound effects. I'm leaving.
Oh, okay. If you don't like this game, how about we play the Battlestar Galactica game? I'll be Boxy, and you can be my little robot buddy, Muffet.
Oh, God.
Help, Muffy, help! I'm trapped and the Cylons are coming.
Here's what Bill Allred is doing when he's not on the air.
Henrietta Pussycat, you may approach your king.
Meow, 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 King Friday. How I've longed for this moment. Meow, meow. Are you sure Queen Sarah is away?
Quite. The trollop is off somewhere in the land of make-believe with Bob Dog. My spies tell me that the 2 of them are mating like a pair of crazed weasels in rut.
Then now is our chance, my liege. Meow. Take me here, meow. Now, right in the throne room.
Come on, Sharon, you're not getting into this at all.
Well, Bill, you look pretty stupid in that bathrobe, fake beard, and Burger King crown. And wearing those white socks on your hands to make them look like puppets is just not working. Can't we just do it in the normal way?
Oh, come on, Sharon. You know I can't get it up the normal way. Okay. If you can't do this, how's about the Sesame Street game? Now, I'm going to be Bert, and you can be Ernie.
Ernie, bend over and pick up that bar of soap I dropped this morning, would you?
All right, 9:16 is this sponsored, Gina?
Of course, everything's sponsored. This is an in-demand radio show.
Of course.
I demand that radio show.
Your business featured here will mean wild success.
Absolutely.
For said business. Like this, for Homecoming Southern Kitchen, home of the best chicken and biscuits in the city. Get your all-knowing fortune at Zoltar. They have a Zoltar machine there. Or treat your mom to Mother's Day brunch located on the corner of 2nd South West Temple. Reservations are available at homecomingslc.com.
Jamie Foxx is not in good condition.
Yeah, this seems super serious.
He's still in the hospital.
Yeah, 3 weeks now, I think.
Now it says here, Jamie Foxx remains hospitalized more than 3 weeks after suffering a medical emergency. And those closest to him say he needs all the prayers and well wishes his fans can muster. While his condition remains secret, tightly guarded by his family, TMZ has spoken with sources close to Jamie Foxx who echo the same plea, pray for Jamie. It was April 12th when Fox's daughter, Corinne, announced that her father had suffered a medical complication. They're not saying stroke, they're not saying heart attack.
But sort of the rumor is stroke. But
Jamie's one of the most prolific players in Hollywood. His condition has sent studios scrambling. He's been the host of a hugely popular Beat Shazam music lyric game show on Fox, which was going into production just days after he was hospitalized. Sources with direct knowledge say that Jamie will not be on this season of Beat Shazam. Filming starts today with a new host. Also, Corinne, his daughter, who DJs on the show, will not be on as well. She's been a fixture at the hospital by her father's side. As reported, Jamie was in Atlanta for work on the film Back in Action when he fell ill. A stunt double and body double have been filling in for Jamie for that project. And that's all.
But all this cryptic stuff makes it seem like it's pretty bad.
Why would they be keeping it so?
Because it's bad.
Well, but it seems bad no matter what, whether they say a stroke or medical complication or. Padma Lakshmi,
food lady,
had quite the challenge when she got the call to appear in Sports Illustrated's recent swimsuit issue. The 52-year-old.
Oh, I got that call too, by the way.
From whom?
From Sports Illustrated, of course.
I turned them down.
No, you didn't. So it was somebody claiming to be Sports Illustrated.
This is Sports Illustrated.
All right, let's see Sports Illustrated. She had quite the challenge, when she got the call to appear in Sports Illustrated's recent swimsuit issue. The 52-year-old TV personality and former model was coming off filming the most recent season of Top Chef and admitted, I put on a little weight.
She wasn't bikini ready.
She said, I would have killed for it when I was in my 20s and a model because it was the Holy Grail. They never even called me for anything like this. And I really thought that ship had passed, to be honest, she said. And she said, when I got the call a few months ago, I was like, you're effing kidding me. Really? I didn't believe the news on the phone. I said, you the same people that are pranking Gina Barberi, aren't you? And then I started freaking out because she said, doing Top Chef, I've been eating 8,000 or 9,000 calories a day.
Yeah, her job is to eat food.
Yeah. I was like, oh, my God, I got to go to the gym. See, that's where a real similarity between you and Padma stops, Gina. Her response was, oh, my God, I've got to get to the gym.
Oh, yeah, no.
Yours is reaching for another candy bar.
Yeah.
She said, I had, 8,000 or 9,000 calories a day. Now, I saw I didn't turn the sound on, but I just saw a picture of her walking onto the set of Jimmy Kimmel. And she looked lovely, but you could tell she was not
her job is to
the
eat.
Slim Padma Lakshmi.
Taste,
But she was certainly slim enough that she could get into a.
She's beautiful.
I don't think she'd be wearing a bikini, but she'd be wearing a swimsuit, and she'd look lovely. And she's very entertaining. She's very charming. Let's see. Utah State University, professor has been accused of stealing from the university to the tune of $11,800.
Whoa.
The professor had, they say, submitted fraudulent reimbursements over the span of a few years. Terry Messmer works for the Department of Wildland Resources in USU's College of Natural Resources. He's a professor and an extension wildlife specialist, according to the department directory, according to an arrest report. So he was arrested.
Oh, they arrested him.
Yeah.
Wow.
The USU Police Department was contacted by USU Audit Office in March about their investigation into Mr. Messmer. They said they discovered a pattern of Messmer submitting reimbursement forms for money that was not actually owed to him. The alleged fraudulent activity spanned from May of 2018 to as recently as January of this year. Messner has worked at the university for 30 years.
So he's been skimming for a long time?
No, it said the fraudulent activity spanned from May of 2018. That's what I just said.
2018 till now is a long time.
But it's not 30 years. No. Messmer traveled a lot for his work, and investigators say they found that he took university-owned fleet vehicles on those trips. But then upon returning, he would submit reimbursement claims saying he'd used his own car. So that's where,
he was cheating.
Yeah. He thought, oh, it's not that bad. I'm sure. So the highest paid athletes of 2022. Would you like to know who they are?
Yes.
Forbes has an updated list of the richest athletes in the world. In 2022, the 50 highest-paid sports pros pulled in nearly $3 billion, a record for that's higher, 8% higher than previous year. So do you know who the most highly paid professional sports guy is?
Messi.
Lionel Messi.
Not surprising at all.
Who's-
Actually, I kind of would expect Ronaldo.
Who is playing for the Paris Saint-Germain Football Club. He was the best paid athlete in 2022. He made $130 million.
Just in 1 year?
$55 million of that came from sponsorships from the likes of Adidas and Socios.
Argentina also won the World Cup.
Yes.
Number 2, LeBron James. He made $121.2 million. He makes twice as much from ads and investing as he does playing basketball for the Lakers. Cristiano Ronaldo
There we go.
made $115 million while playing for Manchester United. Like Messi, he clears $55 million of that from sponsors like Nike. Brazilian player Neymar,
Love him.
$95 million.
He's a wonderful player. Just
Next, Steph Curry, who is, I don't know, many people would say he is maybe the best basketball player active today. Plays for the Golden State Warriors, rounds out the top 5, $92.8 million made last year. He drew the highest salary in the NBA in 2022. So he's paid more than any other player. But LeBron is ahead of him in money because of sponsorships and things like that.
I think, well, and he's done acting and stuff like that too.
Steph Curry, I don't know a lot about these guys, but when I think of the two, LeBron James seems really outgoing, and Steph Curry seems a little more reserved,
a little more,
little less likely to be, out hawking things. Kim Kardashian is taking some acting lessons.
Good.
It's a good idea.
She's going to be an American Horror Story.
I'm so mad about that.
That's why she's doing it.
Katie, if it makes you feel any better, she probably gets murdered.
I
in
hope
it.
so, but we'll see. I don't know if I'll
Why
watch
are you
it.
mad about it?
Well, the last few seasons of American Horror Story have been incredibly weird and kind of just not my scene.
I think they've all been incredibly weird,
I
don't like them.
I like up to, I think, like season 8 or something like that. Otherwise, it's just gotten really weird, especially this last one. So I'm super skeptical.
The only
but
one
we'll
I
see.
watched all of was the second one with
Asylum.
With Spock.
Zachary Quinto.
Zachary Quinto.
Yeah, that was Asylum.
Was that Asylum?
Mm-hmm.
I watched a little bit of the. Did it take place in an asylum and a
Yeah.
German guy? And,
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
And then season 1 and 2 and 3 are my favorite. That's Murder House and then Coven. Those are my favorites.
Yeah. And then I started watching Cub. Was that in New Orleans?
Yeah, that was New Orleans with all the witches. Yeah.
Aerosmith Steven Tyler says he can't be sued. He cannot be sued for his relationship with a 16-year-old girl. He's firing back at the woman for suing him for allegedly sexually assaulting her 50 years ago when she was 16, claiming she can't use his memoir as a weapon in court. The legendary Aerosmith frontman said his accuser, Julia Holcomb, shouldn't be able to use his memoir.
Where he wrote about their relationship?
He said...
Here's what I did?
Yes, but he said, and I think he has a point, I never mentioned a name, ever.
Oh.
I didn't put her name in there. I didn't want to expose that. He said, I wrote about it because I did it, and I talked about it. He said, I don't think she can use it.
That's interesting. I wonder if they will be able to.
Stephen claims that the alleged distress Julia experienced back in 2011 was not a result of his memoir published that year, in which he used a pseudonym to describe their relationship, but rather from a Star magazine article published months before his memoir was released. Tyler said he purposely didn't mention Julia by name in his memoir when he wrote about them having sex back in the day, and he says she's got no problem using their relationship now to promote herself in the media. And he tells the story it was all with the permission of her parents, and
it's a weird
kind of strange, yes.
Story, but
I was in a sense I was her guardian. Well, okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, no, this is Pizza Hut. They're bringing Philly cheesesteak to the menu for the first time ever.
like an actual sandwich, or is it
Yeah.
a Philly cheesesteak pizza?
Pizza Hut is adding. Oh, it's a Philly cheesesteak pizza.
Oh, it is. Okay.
And a cheesesteak melt to the menu. Pizza Hut's cheesesteak pizza is topped with sirloin steak, Alfredo sauce, green peppers, onions, Parmesan, oregano. The cheesesteak pizza is priced at $13.99. Well, nobody cheesesteaks likes the Hut.
Well, but I mean, don't listen to me because I don't know from cheese. But Alfredo sauce is not the proper Philly cheesesteak cheese product, correct?
No.
Well, there's argument about whether it should be provolone or whether it should be
The squirt cheese?
whiz, as they call it.
But it's not Alfredo sauce.
I don't think so. No. No. The new cheesesteak.
I mean, this
melt.
is not my fight, but
No, but you are, as an outside observer, I think you're correct. I think you are correct. And finally, this. A company in Sweden has developed an $11,000 micro-electric vehicle. Cars today are capable of things that are super unnecessary and a total waste, said Hakan Lutz, the CEO and founder of Lovely. The company's debut light urban vehicle, called the Lovely O. The company is focused on the patented licensable technology development kit that will allow third-party production of other light urban vehicles. The idea is that this car is light and efficient and easier for factories to produce. It has been compared to an IKEA-type car.
it doesn't sound safe.
No.
Well, you just...
It sounds like you don't want to get an accident.
I don't want to get in an accident anyway.
But
ever.
if you're in one and you want something more substantial around you,
he has a point when he's saying cars are made to do things that there's really no need for them to do.
so this is like a stripped down.
Yeah, I mean, why does your car speedometer say 140 miles an hour?
You're not going to go 100.
I don't get that. He said the weight of the car. He said for its weight, it is super safe with a safety cell and energy absorption zones. I saw somebody crash in one of those little
smart car.
Little smart cars. Maybe it was the guys on the
It's so
Mythbusters or
dangerous.
something. But actually, the smart car was built in such a way that it was fairly safe, even in a I think it was a smart car in a high impact crash.
I would feel so claustrophobic in that car.
Just a little bubble.
Somebody on First South has one of those, a red one. It's parked on the side of the road all the time.
It's probably nice for just tooting around town and
Probably got great
easy to
mileage.
park.
Yeah.
All right, that's it.
Weather?
Weather brought to you by Apply Now at Lyft Credit for $500 to $5,000 in just 5 minutes at a rate much lower than payday loans. You could even qualify for instant funding. Go to liftcredit.com. That's liftcredit.com. Well, today, mostly sunny. It's a good day to take your dog to the park. 81 for a high today, and you're going to want to get them good and tired because it may be several days of chance of showers. Starting tonight, 20% chance of thunderstorms tonight, overnight low of 54. And then we have this potential shower pattern lasting all the way through Sunday, and things gradually cool down into the low 60s, it looks like. Saturday, Sunday, those are the highs. Overnight lows will be in the 40s.
All right, thank you. Coming up, we've got our concert and community calendar with Trent Falcone, so stick around for that.
Hi, I'm Todd Newcomb, and it was...
The Utah Word of the Day is brought to you by Bullfrog Spa's Clearance Center, now open in Midvale. Save thousands on hot tubs and outdoor furniture just off 72nd South in the Winco parking lot. A temporary clearance sale that ends soon.
It's often said that people of Utah speak a language all their own. It's a language that's often confusing and even incomprehensible to newcomers here in the Beehive State. So, Radio from Hell presents a handy guide to help everyone understand how the natives speak. It's the Utah Word of the Day, and today's word is...
Jewelry. Jewelry. Jillery. Jewelry. And here with another fine example of how the word is used are those two sturdy Utah men, LeVar and LeGrand, to use the word jewelry in a sentence.
You're looking pretty sturdy today, LeGrand.
I'm not feeling really sturdy today, LeVar. A little Metamucil will take care of that.
That's right.
Hey there, LeGrand.
Yeah.
He said.
Yeah. Huh?
I hope this isn't a personal question.
Well,
But what did you get your wife for Mother's Day, if you don't mind?
well, not at all, LeVar. I got her some fancy jewelry. My wife's always loved jewels of all kinds, so I let her pick out what she likes, and then, she lets me pay for it.
Ain't that the way?
Yeah.
Would you get her like a ring or something?
Well,
With a Jill on it?
well, yeah, she got a necklace with jewelry.
They say jewelry is the way to a woman's heart.
Mm.
Who's your jiller? Who do you go to?
Well, I mostly just go to this one place. I've done it for a bunch of years because an old friend of mine, and he's also my cousin, works at this jewelry store.
Well, what store is that?
Well, it's a tradition. I always buy my jewelry at Zell's.
Zell's, huh?
Yeah.
I didn't even know they were still around.
No, Zell's is good, and my cousin's buddy is working there for many years now, and they have a big Mother's Day sale down to the Zell's.
A what?
A big Mother's Day sale.
Oh, Mother's Day sale at Zell's.
Down to Zell's.
Oh, so you get a good price then at Zell's.
Never fails.
Join us again some other time as we examine how the Utah natives speak with the Utah Word of the Day.
Not Snuffy and Guffy.
No, nope.
$9:34. That cut off really quickly.
Yeah.
It is time for our concert and community calendar with Trent Falcone, brought to you
by Live Nation. Right,
right.
Trent?
Is he there?
Hello there.
Trent, how
Hello,
are you?
good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing very well. How about you?
I'm kind of tired.
Actually, if I'm being honest, me too.
Yeah.
I lied to you. I'm kind of tired too.
I kind of knew that was the case. Well, but let's see if we
Yeah.
can struggle through and talk about what concerts are happening and what on sales are happening, shall we?
Here we go. It's a busy week. So tonight, Rustin Kelly at the Depot. That's 21 plus. Also tonight, Atreyu at the Complex. Thursday, May 4th, Skinny Puppy, the final tour, which should be an amazing show.
Yeah.
Saturday, busy night.
Mm-hmm.
So we have Lil Wayne at the Complex. That's sold out. Felly also at the Complex. And then Mulchadoma at the Depot. That's an all-ages show. Monday, May 8th, The Warning at the Complex. And then Tuesday, May 9th, Haley Kiyoko, which is an all-ages show at the Depot. And then into massive on sales. I had to cut some of these. Friday, 10 a.m., livenation.com. Chromeo at the Depot, September 23rd. Boy with Uke at the Complex, September 27th. King Cruel, the Depot, September 16th. Melinda at Kilby Court, September 28th. Greg Owens at Soundwell on June 7th. Aerosmith, the Peace Out Farewell Tour with the Black Crowes. That's November 22nd at Vivint Arena. And then another USANA show, Shinedown with Papa Roach, Spirit Box, October 17th at USANA Amphitheater. And then the giveaway, I thought we'd be interesting today. So
Okay.
we have yet another X96 alum band, Cold.
Yeah.
At Urban Lounge. That's May 15th. We're going to give you 2 tickets to that.
Mm-hmm.
And because the USANA season is about to open in a few weeks, I thought somebody out there certainly would love to see Shania Twain.
I
May
would love to
24th
see
at
Shania
USANA.
Twain.
Big ass show artist Shania Twain. Wasn't she?
Big ass show.
Wasn't she at the big ass show one year? I think she was.
I want to go to Shania Twain.
Gina, let's go together.
Why don't you girls go and Trent and I'll get drunk?
There you go.
I love that idea, Bill. I'll buy.
Okay.
I'll pay. It'll be on me.
All
so,
right.
Anyway, that show's sold out. We will give somebody 2 tickets to that show to kick off the summer season.
Is that the first? That's the first show at USANA. Is Shania Twain?
Yeah.
May 24th.
Yeah, that's the first one of the year.
All right.
It's exciting.
877-602-9696. First come, first serve for either Cold at the Urban Lounge. That show is May 15th. Shania Twain on the 24th at USANA. There you go. All right.
And Bill?
Yeah.
Do you like gin or do you like bourbon?
Bourbon.
Which one should I pick up?
I like
Okay.
bourbon.
Noted.
Okay.
Noted.
Yeah, 100 proof, or I won't mess with it.
Bill's a real
Bourbon
man.
and snack.
Okay.
All right, guys. Thanks.
Goodbye, Trent.
See ya.
Bye. All right.
I don't know the last time I actually saw Trent in person.
It's
You
been
know?
a while.
Nice to see him in person.
Yeah.
Other things going on.
Oh,
in
yeah,
the,
Katie has her own list.
I
here.
do, in the concert world. Like we've been giving tickets away, George Michael Reborn happening at the Commonwealth Room on Saturday. So is Church of Cash. It's a Johnny Cash tribute. Then if you love EDM, Sierra, my girl, this is for you from earlier this morning. Habstract is going to be at Soundwell. He's a wonderful DJ that I love dearly. And then Sunday, Youngblood, the we play them here play him. Yeah, them there. Youngblood is going to be at the Complex on Sunday. Other things happening, as we know, the Bees are playing all week. Do they play all week normally?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they'll have a week stand
Katie,
sometimes.
it's called a home stand.
I don't know baseball, so they're playing all week and weekend. So if you want to check that out, it's against the Tacoma Raiders. Also on Friday, if you want to have a laugh, the Impractical Jokers are going to be here. It is the drive. There's a lot of drives in this tour name, so that's that. Monster Jam's happening on Saturday if you want to go see some really big trucks and stuff like that. Also, the Wasatch Reptile Expo is going on. It's going to be at the State Fair. I want to go get myself a frog or 3 because I like frogs. It's also happening, so Saturday and Sunday is the Wasatch Reptile Expo. And that is your concert and community calendar for this week. So that's everything going on.
All right.
Thanks, Katie.
Thank you. All right, guys, we're going to take a quick break, and then we are going to slowly crawl towards the exits here after a song, so stick around.
Utah Talks About Radio from Hell.
Austin Shaw.
I have sort of a list here.
Sort of a list?
Yeah, it's kind of a list.
So should I just play part of the jingle?
Maybe just the first part. Yeah.
It's Radio from Hell with another list.
Yeah, there you go. It's a bunch of funny tweets. It says here funny, and some of them are quite amusing, that sum up you in your 20s and then you in your 30s.
Okay.
So you in your 20s versus you in your 30s. Like somebody tweets, general pain in my 20s. Oh, this is annoying. General pain in my 30s. So I guess this is how it all ends. I've had a good run.
Yeah.
Packing in my 20s. Toothbrush and a bikini. Packing in my 30s. Those things, plus a swimsuit cover-up, 3 face creams, hair products to cover up postpartum hair loss, Spanx, sensible shoes, and denture cream.
Tell me about it.
Yeah.
In your 30s?
Wow.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Think of it this way. In your 20s and older, okay? Concerts in my 20s. Hell yeah, this rocks. I love staying up till 4 a.m. Concerts in my 30s. 7 p.m. is too late to start things. I have to work in 12 hours.
I love Jamie Lee Curtis.
I was going to bring that up, yeah.
What did she say?
She said, I want matinee concerts.
Right. Yeah.
Which is a great idea.
I agree.
Yep.
I want to go see my favorite band at 1 o'clock in the
afternoon. Yeah.
I don't want to.
This one, in my mid-20s and single, this hotel has the best bar. Mid-30s with 2 kids. This hotel has the best pillows.
Oh, see, I don't have that problem. I can still say this is the best bar. You know?
Let's see. It says, it's weird to go from watching friends freak out about pregnancy scares in their 20s to them posting creative pregnancy announcements in their 30s.
Yeah.
That's it. This one, me in my teens. This radio station is playing my jams. Me in my 20s. This bar is playing my jams. Me in my 30s. This grocery store is playing my jams.
That's true.
Yep.
That was the weirdest thing. The first time I heard Elvis Costello being played in the grocery store, I went, what the hell?
In my 20s, listening to heavy metal. In my 30s, listening to lullaby versions of heavy metal songs to get my baby to sleep. Me in my 20s. I'm never going to turn into my dad. Me in my 30s. Who left all the lights on? Do you think I made of money? That happens.
Yep.
Let's see. This one, I'm trying to sort of curate these. Drinking in my 20s made me feel sexy and fun, but drinking in my 30s just makes me feel fat and tired, and no one told me life was going to be this way.
Here's what I'm getting from this list.
Yeah.
I have always been 30 or older.
I think so. I was thinking that myself.
Always.
Yeah. Let's see.
Don't identify with any of this.
In my 20s, sad, a boy I loved caused me heartache. In my 30s, sad, a food I loved caused me heartburn. In my 20s, what is rage cleaning? In my 30s, where's my good sponge? Where's my good sponge? Where's my good sponge? Rage cleaning.
Yeah.
You know, I was telling my wife yesterday, when I get home from work, from here, and I've usually been here until noon or 1, and I'm pretty tired when I get home, you know, because I've been up since 3.
Sure.
And I change my clothes into something, you know, I take off my pants, and then I clean up the kitchen, and I wipe things down, and I was thinking, I love doing that. I put in a little earbud and listen to a podcast, and I clean. And why do I love doing this so much? It's because I'm doing something tangible.
Yeah.
You know, when I'm here, I'm working, but I got nothing to show for it.
Do you have a good sponge? Do you have a favorite sponge?
I do. I do.
Do you get mad when you can't find it?
And I get mad when I can't find the spray cleaner for the stove. That's just terrible. Me in my 20s, eye of the tiger. Me in my 30s, I walk into walls. Let's see. Me in my 20s, I want to be a successful lawyer with my own firm. Me in my 30s, I want whatever this is, and it's a guy sitting on a porch drinking a beer and feeding a beer to a raccoon that's in his lap.
Oh.
Carrie, that's your life.
There we go.
Feeding a raccoon sitting in his lap. Covered in glitter in my 20s, crazy night at the club. In my 30s, covered in glitter, craft night with the kids. Let's see. Me in my 20s, here, drink this, and that guy is cute. You should F him. Me in my 30s, we need another cake for the bake sale. Can you help? You have always been in your 30s.
Again, I've never been younger.
You've always been old. Let's see. Showing off in my 20s. Hey, guys, watch me cliff jump.
Yeah, no.
Showing off in my late 30s. Hey, guys, watch me eat tomato-based food at 9 in the evening.
Tomato-based
Some people very bad heart.
You see, tomatoes have the highest amount of citric acid.
They're very acidic.
Very acidic.
Let's see. There's there's just tons of these.
That's why you don't want to eat it late at night.
I see.
Me in my 20s. In your 20s. Oh, I think I kind of overdid the shots. I'm going to be a wreck in the morning. In your 30s. I think I kind of overdid the cheese. I'm going to have to cancel my plans for the next 48 hours.
You see, Gina,
the
cheese.
Heavy.
Sometimes it'll block you up.
Oh.
Yeah, that's about it.
See, I'm like 50-50 on that list.
Yeah, I have a couple of those.
Because
sometimes you live like you're in your 20s.
Well, I mean, because I don't have any kids.
Yeah.
All the kid thing. I don't have those problems. But I will say this though, that we're planning our vacation coming up.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
And the resort that we're staying at, we're trying to book activities,
yes.
Things to do.
Yes. What part of the world is this in?
Hawaii.
Okay.
And so we're looking at all the different things, and since it's going with my nieces, it's
yes.
things that they can do
yes.
and all this. And my first thing was, how many cabanas do they have?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
How much are they?
Book that right away.
Can I book that now? Oh, that's a lot of money.
Cabana
you know what, though? It's worth it.
The cabana there is like having a whole other hotel
It's more
room.
than the room, isn't it?
No.
It's got a TV in it. It's got they
They'll
bring
bring you
you
drinks.
They bring you drinks and fruit, and it's like 7 people can fit into it.
But what I told Carrie
Hey,
when
we're coming with you then.
what I told Carrie to make him feel better about this, he and Sue have not taken a vacation in years.
3 years. Yeah.
So take the money you would have spent, taking it one nice vacation a year, and you're doing it all now.
Yeah, you
So-
haven't taken a vacation because of COVID? Is that the only reason?
COVID and other circumstances, but mostly COVID. This will be the first time I'm getting on a plane.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm going to do it probably.
And when they said there's this class on the plane where it's like you have walls around you, and it's your own, I went, oh,
yes,
all the money, throw it here, go.
Business class?
Oh, it's beyond that. It's like.
But again, you
ridiculous.
haven't traveled for a long
I
time, so it's okay.
I'm thinking of going to Texas for.
Texas?
Why would you?
Well,
what's in Texas?
Because, and now somebody's going to help me out with this. I just started doing a little research about it. There are beautiful beaches in Texas.
Oh, I'm
and
sure there
resorts
are, but you're
along the Gulf Coast.
But it's Texas.
You're in Texas.
Yeah, but I think if you're in an Airbnb on a beautiful beach, you don't have to think that you're in Texas.
Well, you go to the Airbnb and you want to start a fire. There's some books there that I'm sure that they'll supply for you that you can just throw them right
We
on.
hope you'd enjoyed another list.
There you go.
Nirvana, Smells Like Teen Spirit. It is 9:49. And I do have a correction on my concert and community calendar.
Get it right, Katie.
I didn't know that I just
leave
follow.
Leave her alone.
I follow the events of Salt Lake City. Youngblood.
You leave her alone.
Youngblood was moved to August 3rd. Just a heads up, it is not this weekend. So that was I just needed to correct that. So thank
Well,
you.
get it right next time.
Thank you to my buddy who works at the complex.
Did you see? We got a couple minutes here.
Yep.
I know Gina would be interested in this. Every 2023 Kentucky Derby horse name.
Oh, yes.
Ranked.
Because I usually give you guys your picks.
I've been
and
waiting
it's-
for it.
And
So-
it's this weekend.
This says the 2023 Kentucky Derby is here, so you probably are searching for betting advice. So if so, you've come to the wrong place. Although we will have that sometime this week. This is a post that we've done the past 7 years. Who's we? Ranker. In the past 7 years, we rank the thoroughbreds by the horse names.
That's how you pick them.
Which will help the casual bettor pick their favorite. So if you're wondering the criteria, it's some weird combination of originality, prestige, and whether it sounds like the kind of name that shows how tough and resilient a horse is.
Yes.
So here's the ranking of all the
Okay.
20 of the contenders by name, starting from the bottom, the very bottom, number 20.
Okay.
Two Phils.
TWO,
2 Phils, PHIL''S. It says, this bugs me to no end. If it's named for two Phils, which it is, it should be two Phils without the apostrophe.
Oh, yeah, this is a grammatical.
And
that would drive me nuts, too.
And this person says, and that's what sends that horse's name to the bottom of the list. Number 19, Kingsbarns. We like royal names, but this one is a mishmash of weirdness.
Yeah, I don't care for that one.
Raise Cane. Or how about Raising Cane?
Maybe there's
Isn't
copyright.
That a restaurant? Yeah, I was going to say.
17, Jace's Road. I think there are better names here. Number 16. Now, this is in bold, so maybe they kind of like this one. Confidence Game.
Ah.
It would be top 5, except the confidence game is what con artists play. Are you really betting on something related to con artists? Number 15, Verifying.
That's not a good name.
Yeah, reminds me too much of the guy doing this list. Reminds me too much of those I am not a robot things that you have to click on.
How many stop signs do you see in this?
Now, I like this one, 14, Sun Thunder. Cool name, but the sun does not, in fact, thunder. Pass.
Well, but have you ever been outside
thunder.
in the sun shining and there's a thunderstorm
sure.
coming in? And That's kind of a cool thing.
Number 13, Derma Sotogake. The explanation is the owner is a dermatologist, hence Derma, and Sotogake is related to sumo.
Oh, okay.
This combo is turning me off, he says. Derma Sotogake, meaning Derma, on and on. Anyway, let's see. 12, Skinner.
You're saying that wrong.
What?
Skinner.
Skinner. Yes. Oh, well, as a matter of fact, he says, I love The Simpsons. Anytime Bart's principal hears Skinner from Superintendent Chalmers, it means bad stuff is happening. Number 11, Continuar.
Not a good name.
I'll continue. Mage, or M-A-G-E, means like
Madge?
a mage, or I think it means it's mage, like as in magic.
Oh.
A mage is a man of magic.
Oh.
Reincarnate. Disarm.
Maybe it's the Smashing Pumpkins on that horse.
Number 7, Hit Show.
That's kind of a good.
Or Hit Show.
This is a hit show.
Yeah. In the golden age of television, this one is decent.
Yeah.
Number 6, Tappet Trice. I somehow love names that sound like they should be from 1930s newsreel.
And coming up on the outside, Tappet Trice. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah. Number 5, Practical Move.
Eh.
We want our horses to make practical moves in the race, so sure, why not? Number 4, this is pretty good, Lord Miles.
Okay.
Number 3, Rocket Can.
Not Rocket Man.
No, Rocket Can.
Can.
Rocket Can. This one is just silly enough that I've been laughing about it for an hour. I imagine this horse with a rocket pack strapped to its tail that goes off as the thoroughbreds are coming down the stretch. Number 2, Forte.
That's a strong horse.
Strong horse, no doubt. And number
Actually,
1.
I think Forte has picked to win. Just so you know.
Good to
And
know.
number 1, Angel of Empire.
That sounds like a metal band.
Yeah, it does.
This is
Yeah,
the
it
horse.
does.
This is the horse that you want right here, an angel who will dominate the field.
And I think Angel of Empire is actually one of the other predicted horses to do well.
So maybe the name does have a certain amount to do with it.
Yeah.
Because if you name your horse Continuar or Derma Sotagake, really?
And usually the names are some combination of, the lineage. And so that's why they wind up with weird mashups of names. 'Cause
Okay.
you pick one from the mom and one from the dad. And
Now, will you watch the Kentucky Derby?
of course I will.
You gonna wear that hat?
Yes.
Of course.
It's on network, probably on ABC
Oh,
or something like that.
And they will have coverage all day long. The
Of
race
what?
is like 2 minutes long.
Of what?
Oh, you'll learn about all the jockeys, and you'll learn about the horses and the
You
trainers.
see all the
and
hats.
Will Eddie Arcaro be there?
Yeah, and there'll be celebrities there, and they'll talk to them. It's an all-day event.
It always amazes me how big like the Kentucky Derby really is.
It's not because people really like it. It's just because it's a tradition.
They like it. It's all of it. It's the hats. It's the tradition. It's the
Let's see if anybody goes down.
well, it happens.
Been a lot of We haven't heard about horses dying on the track lately.
They've made some changes. They've made some. They're trying to get better about it.
Are they still trying to convince everybody that the horses love doing this?
They love it.
No, they don't.
They love to run.
No, well, but not with somebody making them run. Oh, and that picture that you posted on Twitter, those 2 stallions up on their hind legs.
That was Virgil, our friend Virgil, who's a photographer.
Oh, it's a photo he took.
He goes out and often will go take pictures of the wild horses.
And
out.
so, what you thought that was a magnificent picture?
Yeah.
Those 2 animals were trying to kill each
Well,
other.
yeah.
That's not so magnificent.
They're fighting over the ladies.
They were trying to kill each other.
He takes some really amazing pictures out there.
In
the West
it's a
Desert.
very nicely done picture, but I've been going, what is she so excited about? This is ugly.
No,
this
it's
is
beautiful. That's nature, Bill.
There was nothing beautiful about it. And if you'd been standing there watching the blood and the fur fly.
They're magnificent. It's a circle of life.
Okay. You feel the same thing about UFC fighters, don't you?
It's a circle of
Yeah,
life.
it's a circle of life.
The circle.
All right, let's do the promo and get out of here.
Really fast before we do that, it is Free Comic Book Day this weekend on Saturday. I wanted to mention that because it's awesome, and I'm going to go get comics on Saturday. All right, promo.
Thursday's Radio from Hell show needs your help.
Now, we've got an X poll all lined up starting at 7:45.
Now we just need you to think really hard between now and then about this question.
If you had a real magical crystal ball.
Magical crystal balls aren't real.
Yeah, but for the sake of the X poll, let's just say if you had a real magical crystal ball and you could learn the truth about one thing about yourself, what would it be?
Radio from Hell tomorrow here on X96.
Or if you had that one of those Zoltan.
The Zoltars?
Yeah.
Zoltar.
Yeah, there you go.
Put the little. Put a quarter in there and give you your fortune on a little ticket.
Yeah.
Those are real.
Yeah, for sure. I saw the movie.
Mm-hmm.
He got big. He said he wanted to be big. That was a wish. That was asking for a wish.
All right, I think
that it?
That's it. You ready to crawl towards the exits?
I'm done.
Well, Carrie would say, live long and prosper, bitches. I can't do the finger thing. Sorry.
I'm not sure what I would say. Don't you know? Maybe I should change my sign off to get out of here.
Are you going to make me look that up, too?
Marcy is next.
A solid hour of